you. Nine. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Good morning. I'd like to call this meeting to order. And if you will please all rise for our invocation. I don't have my notes with me. There you are. Thank you very much.
Let us pray. O Lord, our nation is mourning the death of Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. We give thanks, God, for all of those who have blazed trails and led with courage. And we ask that you would bless our country. And God, as all of the eyes are on the Supreme Court right now, we're reminded of the importance of the work of our courts. And so, Lord, we ask that you would bless this court and its work today. Many have come here well prepared for their work today. And so, God, we ask that you would give everyone clear heads and open eyes to do the work that they would have to do this day. And Lord, for all the times that hard work is overlooked and unappreciated, we remember that you see and you bless. So thank you for all who are here today and the ways they serve their community. May we have bright light ahead of us. This we pray this day. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Dr. Cardenas, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Inglesby.
Here.
Commissioner Jones.
Here.
Commissioner Schell. Here. Commissioner Smith. Here. Judge Posada.
Here. We will begin with public comments. Those in the audience who have submitted a public participation witness form will now have 3 minutes to speak on non-agenda related topics. Unfortunately, no action may be taken by the court during public comments as we are expected not to respond. Any questions will be taken as rhetorical. All comments are opinions of the speaker and are not meant to be necessarily construed as truth. Please keep your comments and language civil and respectful, or you will forfeit the remainder of your time. In the spirit of respect, please silence your cell phones. And first up to speak, we have Mr. Dan Lyon.
Thank you, Judge Becerra. Good morning, court. And my prayer is that the next justice that's on the Supreme Court allows more baby humans to be born. Let me start with the disbursements here. We've got Hart InterCivic, high-capacity ballot printer, elections office, $10,025. Same thing, Hart InterCivic, high-capacity scanner, election office, $10,525, total $20,550. I believe when he was helping to choose a brand of voting machine, Commissioner Smith said that he wanted to save money. Are we saving money now, Commissioner Smith? Veracity Aviation, aircraft rental for feral hog observation, extension office. That's just so they can observe the hogs, $560. $560 would have paid the county's portion for 224 hogs under the old bounty program. But instead, we were paying to observe hogs. King Feed and Hardware, hog traps / T-posts, extension office, $782.50. That would pay the county's portion of 313 hogs under the old bounty program. Texas Disposal Systems Incorporated, August, 2020 porta potty hand wash station servicing, 5 Mile Dam, $482. Texas Disposal Systems Incorporated, August 2020 trash services, 5 Mile Dam, $462.10. Ladies and gentlemen, from what I have been able to gather from the county's Parks and Recreation website, 5 Mile Dam was closed from June 25th to September 16, 2020. This begs the question, why did the trash need to be picked up in the porta potty service when the park was closed? Dahlstrom Park, August 2020, Texas Disposal Systems Incorporated. Service porta potty / hand wash stations, $250. Same question as for 5 Mile Dam. All right, we've got the fence lady, interior remodel of Rainbow Room, and installation of an exterior door for Precinct 5. $75,700.88. Community Impact Newspaper, Volume 9, Issue 8, December 16th through January 12th, 2020. It has to do with the fence lady, the owner of the fence lady, Rebecca Dean. She was well acquainted with Jason Pence, and apparently they cooperated on a lot of these business dealings with the city. Needless to say, there were numerous questions about her work, and in particular, about her tendency to underbid all her competitors with a last-minute bid, and then coming in with change orders that put the price way above the original bid. But you can read all about it yourselves. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Lyon. And as you've just noticed, Mr. Lyon is a regular in the court, and we genuinely appreciate his contributions. I know I do. And we always allow for folks to speak past their timer, to close, to conclude, as he just did, like a pro, and I appreciate that, Mr. Lyon. It's not intended to bypass. There is a structure that we try to follow here in this courtroom, and we do our very best to be respectful of everyone else's time. So when your timer goes off, whoever you may be in this list, please consider the wrapping up of your sentence or a thought, but not as a thing to ignore. Next up, we have Mr. Eddie Warner.
Judge, court. I wanted to speak today about law enforcement in Hays County. I am appreciative of all law enforcement in Hays County. Quality of life in Hays County has to do with how we support law enforcement. The budget that was submitted and all the items on the budget, all of it means nothing if we don't have the rule of law, law and order, and we don't have law enforcement. I came to Hays County in 1987. I went to school here. I got married here. I started my family here. I got saved and became a Christian here. Hays County has been my home. And I don't want to see Hays County deteriorate and be hostile to law enforcement. As a citizen that's been here since 1987, to come to this court, I get 3 minutes of influence. I get 3 minutes to talk to you about my feelings about law enforcement and how important they are to Hays County. And as a citizen, the budget that was put forth is not only detrimental to law enforcement, not only is it a cut to law enforcement, but I think it sends a message to law enforcement. I think it's demoralizing to law enforcement. And so as a citizen and one that's been here since 1987, I'm saying to you, I support law enforcement, my family supports law enforcement, and the citizens of Hays County need to come forward and let it be known how much we support our law enforcement. I would say to you, you commissioners, I know this is not a time that you respond, and I appreciate that, but as commissioners, you have the ability to publicly announce, to let your stand be known, you get to have the courage and fortitude to let Hays County know where you stand on supporting our law enforcement. And that is going to be directly resulted in not only your public statements and where you stand, but also how this budget comes out, because that's going to really tell the tale. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we have Ms. Sheila Ray.
Thank you. Judge Becerra, I know you're not up for election this year, but what brings me here is a concern for the candidate that you support that's running for sheriff. To know a man, you have but to look at his friends. And your support of Villalobos as sheriff of this county makes me really question some subversive motives. I encourage y'all to check out, and I encourage my Democratic friends to check out the candidates running for sheriff, even on the Democratic ticket. I tell them to look it up, and they have. And one of them sent me a screenshot from your wife's Facebook page where it's a picture of you and her at the computer, and she hashtagged FTP. Now, most people know what that means in today's world with everything that's going on, and it was very alarming. And she was questioned about it, and she said, for the people. So either she's telling the truth and she means for the people, or she means F the police, which is what most people in today's society understand it to mean. She said, here we are and we're not leaving. She was shocked that somebody would actually bring that up and think she meant something else. Now I'm going to tell you, I actually looked up for the people, and I found a YouTube, and it was titled Organizing Talk, What is FTP for the People? And it was about 30 minutes long, and their points of unity are to seek destruction of white supremacist organizations. This includes the police and prison systems, all detailed in that YouTube. The YouTube account owner is called Black Red Guard. He's the chapter leader of the FTP in St. Louis. And he says, our hearts swelled as we followed Minneapolis uprising. Every time a building crumbled or caught fire, we cheered. Every time a cop got hit with a brick, we applauded. So when you are in your position, you are to be above reproach. And if your wife doesn't have, as the campaign manager for Villalobos, doesn't have any understanding of what FTP means, it really scares me. And it makes me question, is he even really suitable to be a candidate for sheriff? Now, I would like everybody to know that Sheriff Cutler is endorsed by the former Texas Democratic Party chairman, Charles Sechting, which says a lot. Now, your wife says in her comment on her public Facebook page, I didn't stalk her, it's public, that the Villalobos, who's running for sheriff, is a police officer, and he's not. There's not a single person in this county who will carry his commission, and that's kind of scary. And you, in your seat, endorse him, and it makes me really question, with your proposed zero budget for so many key items that protect our law enforcement, it makes me really question your authenticity and your support for law enforcement. With Antifa and BLM at our doors in Austin, 75 more police officers about to retire between now and December, 55 already. That threat is on our borders, and we vote you in. Your wife even said that you're for the law enforcement, but it's your comrades who aren't. They've had to scramble to find the budget for the items that they need. All the vests and the cars that we've heard so much about. But I really question your motives, and it scares me on who you support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ms. Naomi Narvaez.
Good morning, Court. Naomi Narvaez, San Marcos. Today, we find ourselves in a country experiencing unprecedented assault. Assault on our history, assault on our heritage, assault on our Christian faith, assault on our American culture, assault on our person, assault on our family unit, assault on our children's minds, assault on our way of life, assault on those that serve to protect us, and assault on the most important document that we celebrate this week, our U.S. Constitution. Our U.S. Constitution is the most important document that declares that we, the people, the citizens, regardless of class or occupation, are to govern ourselves. That we, the people, are the rightful masters of our lives and not the government. That we, the people, assume our duty to our country and fellow man with ardent care and value the responsibility that comes with liberty and freedom. Listen to the preamble to our Constitution. we, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Our perfect union is being assaulted. Our justice, our domestic tranquility is being assaulted. And you must provide for the common defense in order that our general welfare and blessings of liberty are secure. And I'd like to read one quote from Daniel Webster. And I brought some of these constitutions if anybody would like one. But Daniel Webster said, "I regard it, the Constitution, as the work of the purest patriots and wisest statesmen that ever existed, aided by the smiles of a benignant, which is gracious providence. It almost appears a divine interposition on our behalf." Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, we have Ms. Holly Colley.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Holly Colley from Wimberley, Texas. I am a mom of 13, 5 of whom are here with me today. And we are here to stand as a very concerned citizen. We own a development property in Wimberley for 20 years now. We've had many businesses, very successful, come and stay there, go through there. And just recently, we have dealt with a drugged out citizen, local, who had we found his vehicle parked up in the back of our property, hidden. He was using a building. And he awkwardly was on a bicycle riding through the property and awkwardly approached a few of my daughters on our property, walked in some of the buildings and businesses that were open. And I sent my sons in, of course, but we were all happy to have 911 called and show up and protect our family and all the locals, all the customers, everyone in that building. He ended up being in someone's home right down the road then. That's where they found him. And he was drugged out and a thief. He was stealing and looting, and I don't want someone like that on my property, but if someone gets there, I would like to know I can have someone to call and protect my family. So we were so happy to have the police show up to call when we called for help. I do not want them defunded. I would like to speak about balanced scales. I know that there are bad people in every occupation in the world. Let's be real. I'm very saddened and sorry when those people make poor decisions and choices, even murder that we've witnessed on television, that affect all of the good people out there and the rest of us that are doing good in our positions. But that's why we have a justice system. That's why y'all are here. And those people should be tried. But for people to be out on the street shooting officers and trying to take the law into their own hands, and my kids seeing this on TV, should I teach my kids that there is no hope for them, that if they choose some choice field that they want to go into and someone poorly makes a bad call or murders someone even in that position, will their occupation, will their job or hope or future be shut down or defunded? The blatant killing I've talked about already with them, and I just want to know how we justify this. So I would just like the same consideration of having protection available to my family as everyone has. And also we see people who are in high places or have armed guards still with them wherever they go. They're not comfortable to walk around unarmed and unguarded. Maybe they're not carrying the guns and they say, I'm not comfortable, I don't do guns, but they have a team of people around them, celebrities or not. I have a husband that was in the NFL, understands the celebrity status. We've seen all that, and we still don't agree with that. We don't feel there should be separate treatment of others than what we should be able to have for ourselves. Thank you so much. Thanks for your time, and we appreciate you not defunding the police. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, Dalton Colley.
I would just like to say that my family, that's my mom, we own a popcorn store in the square of Wimberley, and I work there. And I just would really like to know that if something bad were to happen in that popcorn store, I do not want my safety or the safety of the employees that work there to be in danger. If I need to call the police for some reason and they are not able to show up, then I do not want that safety to be questioned, and I wouldn't be able to protect my employees or anyone else who is working there or the people in that store. I would not be able to protect them if someone were to come in and point a gun and tell me to take the money out of the register, or one of my dear friends who runs the register. I would not want her safety to be questioned. She has an illness that her mother told me that if she were to have a seizure and just something really bad were to happen, I would need to call 911 for it. But if they're going to put me on hold or they're going to not show up, I would not know what to do. And she's one of my dear friends, and I care about her very much. So I do not support defunding the police, and I would like to please just keep funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And just to put you at ease, no one's made a budget that would affect what you're asking about, just so you'll know. Next up, Mr. Rick Adams.
Ladies and gentlemen, if it pleases the court, my name is Rick Adams. I'm a resident of Hays County, and I'm a retired law enforcement officer, deputy sheriff, having served 32 years. Never in my time in law enforcement have I seen the amount of vile language spewed towards law enforcement. In spite of that, the men and women in law enforcement still don their uniforms, go out and protect us every day. I don't know how they do it. It has gotten so bad that when we held a Back the Blue rally in Dripping Springs, most of the response was positive as people drove by. But one particular woman flipped us off and said, she was just horrible. And that has been fostered because of the media and politicians who are using law enforcement as a tool to get them reelected and get further support. There's a small number of rogue officers who violate the rights and humanity of people. But now it's been such a broad brush that even white men and women are yelling at black police officers and calling them racist because they stand as a thin blue line between chaos and safety. You all are elected to make rational decisions. Your responsibilities include providing leadership, maintaining order, providing public services, and economic security and assistance. Maintaining law and order is in what rational world would you cut the law enforcement budget in any way? I want to provide you a personal anecdote because of cuts that occur in law enforcement, that if we lose one patrol car. I was on patrol, I monitored a call where a homicide had occurred, a person was shot leaving a fast food restaurant. They put out a description, and where I was sitting, that car drove by me. I got other law enforcement officers to back me up, stop the car. In the car, 3 suspects, the gun that killed the individual, his wallet, and his bag of food. If we had had cuts, maybe I wouldn't have been there, and those guys would have been out creating chaos. But that happens thousands of times throughout our country. It happens in this very county that we live and work in. So which one of you wants to negatively impact public safety? We do need to ensure that people are treated fairly within the 4 corners of the Constitution. But cutting law enforcement budgets is insane, and it's political. In closing, 6 months ago, panic caused people to buy all the toilet paper. That was toilet paper from panic. Now they're buying guns and ammunition because they feel that some politicians will cut law enforcement budgets. Guns and ammo. This is a political and media-induced panic. The court should maintain or increase law enforcement funding. That will show that the guns and ammo are not as necessary as people feel now. You need to show leadership for the most important pillar of your responsibility. I urge you to support law and order, not chaos.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we have Mr. Lee Trells. It's
Eccles.
Ingalls.
Eccles.
I was just a little ran together, sorry.
Lee Eccles.
Lee Eichels.
I'm Lee Eccles with the Child Protective Board for Hays County. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity to speak to you for just a short period of time. Our budget this year, I know y'all have $55,000 for us, but we asked for a little bit more, but if there are any little dropout somewhere where we can get another $5,000, it sure would help, because our budget this year, there's so many kids being removed from their parents right now, if you call them parents, because most of them are non-drug addicts. And we had one family, 2 weeks ago, we had our meeting, 7 kids got removed from one family. They went to 3 different groups, cost us $1,400, what we give these kids when they're getting removed and moved in with family and stuff like that. So we need the extra money. There's money we're not getting this year, like from the Lions Club. We're getting some, but we're not getting the full amount, so we're really gonna be hurting, and I'm out speaking to different groups trying to get the extra money what we need, but I want to thank you all for what you have done so far for us each year, and we got one of them on the agenda today to be approved, and I surely hope you approve her. That's our 14th member then. We got one left, and we're going to keep that open until we got somebody that's really knows the business like the ones that they got now. Some of these people, one lady has been on the board for 42 years, and she taught a lot of the people that take care of these kids in court and stuff. So I appreciate it very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Lee.
And next up, we have, looks like Karen Hughes, 321 Hannah. Did I say that right? I couldn't read it, sorry.
No, that's okay. My name's Karen Hokaug.
Okay, thanks.
So good morning. My name's Karen Hokaug. I've been a resident of Hays County for about 15 years. I apologize, I do need to slip out right when I'm done to get to work. But the reason that I came here today is because I watch the news. And I see what's going on across the country with all of these efforts to defund the police. I see it happening in Austin. And then I hear about efforts here in Hays County to try to accomplish the same thing. And so I just wanted to step out and share my enforcement and tell you a little bit about my story. Back in May of 2018, I was up in Dallas at a conference when I received a call from my next door neighbor. She told me that my house was on fire. Apparently it had been hit by lightning. One of my first responses to her was to let the fire department know that my dog was inside. I got a text about 15 or 20 minutes later, the dog is safe. I didn't find out until much later what actually had happened. Apparently a sheriff's deputy was the first one on site. He arrived at the home, he saw my dog through the window, and he broke the glass to let her out. Being a dog, the smoke detectors are going off, the house is full of smoke, she ran back into the house. So this deputy bravely enters the home, follows my dog through the house, and rescues her. So I share that story. It might sound kind of silly because it's just a dog, but I wanted to just share that because that's the heart of our deputies, and that's the heart of our law enforcement. And it's not the narrative that you see on TV that Black Lives Matter and groups like Mono Amigo are trying to push. That's a lie, and I think that you guys know it. Are there bad apples? Of course there are. There's bad apples in every profession. But when you hear about a bad teacher, we don't hear calls to cut funding for education. In fact, we hear just the opposite. We hear how we need to support them more. We hear how we need to give them the resources that they need. We hear how we need to increase funding because we want to attract better qualified candidates. And yet as soon as we hear one blip on the radar about law enforcement and somebody doing something wrong, the response of a lot of people is that we need to cut those funds. And I want to encourage you not to defund, or I know you're not talking about defunding, but underfunding the police department. We need to give them the tools that they need to do their job. I'm a fiscal conservative. I don't like paying a lot of taxes. I certainly don't like to see wasteful spending. But the #1 job of government is security. Because you and us, we have this social contract. It's what our government was founded on. Okay? We as the people yield some of our authority to you. We yield some of our rights to you. And in exchange, you're supposed to provide us security. So when you fail to do your #1 job, that's a breach of that social contract. And we, the people, will vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, we have Mr. Mike Lee.
Good morning. That would be me. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I had a few things that I've had on my mind. I'm here at the back of the blue. And progress is forward or onward movement toward a destination. Our destination in America was that expressed by the founders as a more perfect union. The foundation of what is progress or more perfect must be based on what is true or truth rather than conjecture, opinion, or perspective, or what we wish was true, but what is actually true. More perfect must be based on fact and reality, not a guess, hope, or wish. A rejection of truth is to sanction the lie or lies. Lying and deceiving does not make things more perfect, period. Defunding police and law enforcement is not progress and does not make us more perfect. It makes us more susceptible to harm. Those servants in blue have a duty to protect all lives, not just black lives, but every life and property. That is why what happened to George Floyd was so heinous and an outrage to us all. If you think defunding police makes a place more perfect, all you need to do is examine what's happening in Minneapolis, New York, and Portland. In Minneapolis, council there defunded police, crime increased, and the council now blames the police for the crime increase. Destruction of the family is not progress and does not make us more perfect, any more than looting, burning, and rioting are peaceful. At some point, foolishness must end. If lives truly matter, doesn't the family matter? Family now could be a collection of dogs, I guess. Anything. Substituting perversion for prayer is not progress. Promotion of perversion is not progress and does not make us more perfect. A more perfect nation. It makes us more perfect fools, perhaps. Creating a generation of sex addicts does not make us more perfect. There's more to life than having a climax. And that doesn't solve any problem. Mental health services can solve problems. I can see more money being invested in mental health services, but taking money away from law enforcement whose job is to protect us is insane. I challenge anyone to identify how defunding law enforcement has improved any lives. A few people may have received more money, but I challenge you to do that. Progress does not ignore reality. Progress improves lives, not destroys lives. Setting fires and burning police stations is not peaceful protest. There's a lot of lying going on nowadays, and the lying needs to end.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we have Mr. William McCann.
Good morning. Good morning, Judge. First, I'd like to thank you for your work and your transparency during the COVID-19 crisis going on. I greatly appreciate everything that you've done. I'll keep my comments brief. I'm not an activist or part of a wider group or anything like that. I'm just a father and a resident of San Marcos here. I'd like to speak to y'all to ask that y'all consider actually increasing the police budget, specifically in the realms of training for combatives and de-escalation techniques. And we also, frankly, we have a potentially once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to attract some of the best and brightest, not only from the state, but also the entire country. As municipalities slash their budgets, we could have potentially the best law enforcement in the entire, like I said, entire state and entire country. So I just want you to consider that, just about increasing the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we have Donnie Williamson.
Good morning, Judge and Councilman. Just a little background about me real quick. I'm a retired Austin police officer. I did 28 years with Austin Police, retired with honors, got bored, maybe like a fool, and went back. I'm currently a detective with Travis County. I'm here to back up and speak for the Sheriff's Department. Two things. One thing I would suggest and offer each one of you guys to go to the Sheriff's Department. Take a look at these vehicles, what these guys are tasked to drive to save anybody in this room. I've seen them. I know some of the deputies. They are rolling hunks of junk. They don't even have replacement fleet vehicles to replace the wreck units that they have. So now you have deputies trying to respond to your calls at God knows what speeds, driving wrecked vehicles. I know the council doesn't want to shoulder that liability by not giving these guys. And it's not about cruising around in the newest Tahoe with all the lights. It's about basic tools they need to protect everybody in this room. And right now, they don't have it. Moving on to the SWAT gear, the same invitation is there. Meet with Sheriff Cutler. And just for the record, I would be here saying the same things no matter who's in the office of sheriff. Under these topics, for I know a little bit of what I'm talking about, we need to take politics out, okay? It's not about, because sheriff change potentially every 4 years. These deputies are here for potentially a career, okay? I'm, some say foolishly, still here. You have to have the equipment to complete your job, to go home. The Sheriff's Department SWAT team getting not funded for vest, go meet, and it's not just me standing up here, go meet these guys, watch the training and see what they do and inspect the cars. You'll find that what I'm telling you is the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we have, if you guys, we're almost done. If you guys will continue to keep your applause. We have Miss Diana Manwheeler.
Thank you, Judge. It's Diana Manweiler, and good morning to everybody. I wanted to come in and see what you guys were doing here. I see your faces in your screens and stuff, but I'd love to see your eyes up here for a moment. Really appreciate y'all being here and the service that you provide to our community. And I thank the law enforcement in Hays County and everything that they do to keep our community safe. I drove in this morning from Driftwood to see what the county seat is up to today, and I really am enthused to see so many people here. And I want to personally thank you all for taking your time out to represent all of us. And when I say all of us, I mean the whole county, not just San Marcos. We love San Marcos, and we want San Marcos to stay safe. We've all seen what's happened in Austin in just the last 2 years, and it is unacceptable. And standing behind me are 10 people, and standing behind those 10 people are 10 more people. And we are reaching across our fences. We are standing at our mailboxes, and we are talking about what is going on. Sure, we're using social media, but we are reaching out face to face, hand to hand, man to man, woman to woman, child to child, and we want our communities to be safe. This is the fastest growing county in the nation. It's been so for a couple of years now, and everybody's moving here because it's safe and it's prosperous. We love our community, we love our neighbors, we want to keep everybody safe. We want to be sure that our law enforcement has the funding that they need, plus more, to do what they need to do. Because guess what? The crime rate is going up, and they're going to need more help. They're going to need more of us to be bold, to stand on our own 2 feet, and maybe go against what the crowd is trying to tell us to do. Maybe go against what we're being pressured to say or do, and stand on your own 2 feet and say, no, I won't defund, I won't cut the budget, because cutting the budget just leads to defunding. That's the next step. And we are here to tell you that we in Hays County will not stand for that. You guys were not elected to defund or cut. That's a trendy thing that's going on. We've all seen what's going on in Austin. I've been watching very carefully. I grew up in Austin. I'm linked to friends in the police community. I've watched what's happened on the streets, and that is coming here, and it'll flow here as quickly as a Texas flood if you guys send up a signal that we are going to not stand behind our law enforcement. And I implore you today to fund them and fund them well and bless them and stand with them. Please vote for them. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, we have Miss Kathy Lee.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for having me. And I just have a few comments to say about backing the blue. You cannot have a civil society without law. and laws are meaningless if you cannot enforce them. Honest, well-trained, and disciplined men and women, such as the Sheriff's Department, are very essential to maintaining a safe and civil society. They must have our full support and financial backing to be well-trained officers, the officers we want. To underfund them and not support them in any way undermines a civil society. How is it that we fail to understand that our law enforcement officers live in this community? They too want the best for our county. They want their families to live in a peaceful community also. We came here because it was safe. How dare you focus on a single problem that's going on in some departments and use that as justification to underfund them? We are in need of law enforcement officers. We don't want Austin to come here. We don't want Travis County to become Hays County and that we follow right in their footsteps. It's a slippery slope when you start cutting the budget, because first you cut, and then you cut a little bit more, and then you cut a little bit more. As one of the gentlemen said earlier, we don't want to be like the Minneapolis City Council who defunded the police and then went, why has the crime gone up so? What the heck? Where are the police? You know, they cut the police. And we don't need to defund law enforcement officers. We need to defend them. We need to hire more of them in this growing county, and we need to give them what they need. They know what is needed. So please give the law enforcement officers what they ask for in their budget. Please back the blue.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, we have Miss Olivia Cross.
Good morning. My name is Olivia, and I apologize. I am not prepared. I was wanting to look up the budget and the proposals and whatnot, but I couldn't find it. My fault. But my reason for being here this morning is because I am also aware, also kind of late to the game, of what is happening here in Hays County, and it does disturb me. Excuse me. It does disturb me and kind of just saddens me that something that is really on the agenda is something that we even have to be talking about. Not necessarily defunding, whether it's defunding or underfunding law enforcement. And I thank you, law enforcement, and for the hard work that you do. It is a job I am certain that many of us would probably never even want to pursue. And just to be here and talk about how, you know, they are not necessarily being base her testimony. It has to do with something that had to do with right or wrong or discipline. Or something that somebody feels like. But it is just really sad. I believe that in my heart of hearts, that is what the court is in all of this, is understanding, and maybe that should be something that we need to look at our hearts, and what we are teaching our children, and what we are instilling in them. And what's happening is that is the cause, and the effect is that we're seeing with law enforcement. So it just saddens me that the police officers or the sheriffs, just law enforcement in general, are the ones that are receiving the brunt of this negativity. And personally speaking, this summer, and I will say from experience, my son encountered some issues with law enforcement here in San Marcos. And after we talked about the situation and whatnot, as parents, that was definitely something that we asked, and we had to find out. It was, how was your treatment? How did you react? How did you respond? And I was so grateful. I was so grateful that he said, Mom, of course. I was respectful. I was one of the most respectful that he had ever talked to. And I'm not saying this to pat myself on the back, but all I'm saying is it works. It works. When you teach your children and you just instill those values that are just going to surface all the time. And so defunding or underfunding police or our law enforcement is not the answer. And so I just plead with you that we look into other issues as well, and not just something that is at the surface level. And we thank you, law enforcement. We walk behind you and beside you, and we pray, and we really, really appreciate everything that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Next up, Mr. Andy Henschke. Mr. Andy Henschke. Thank you, sir.
Howdy. Howdy. Me and my family live in Buda. We lived here for several years. We respect the police, deputies, and everybody else. Antifa's at our border in Austin. Lots of APD are fixing to retire. That's kind of scary because they're right up the road. They could come down here. And if we don't have our officers with the right stuff to do what they need to do to protect us, they're not going to because they're retiring. Okay? Community outreach needs a budget. They don't have one. They need a budget. They've got to be able to talk to the community so that the community can understand what the sheriff's office does. Because people are scared. People are scared of the police for some reason. We don't need that. Brave men and women don't need political games to determine if they get the money to have their budget or not. It's not a Democrat or Republican thing. It's a right and wrong thing. Y'all need to find it in your hearts to do the right thing. Fully fund the police. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And our final speaker on the public comments portion is Ms. Norma Blackwell.
Good morning, County Judge and County Commissioners. My name is Norma Blackwell, Executive Director for CASA of Central Texas, and I just wanted to give you an update of what's going on at CASA. First of all, our facility, we are moved in and working on finishing touches. A ribbon cutting and dedication ceremony will be held later, at a later date, once we ready to show it off. And because of this COVID going on, we sincerely appreciate the help and support we received from all of you over the years, the current and past judges and current and past commissioners, and especially the amazing staff. Y'all are wonderful. How we've been affected by COVID. Our talented staff and dedicated volunteers adapted seamlessly to delivering services virtually. We continue to be appointed to many incoming cases. We are expanding staff positions to increase the capacity for helping more children, youth we are currently taking applications for 2 case supervisors because we cannot keep up with the number of children that are coming into the system. In the coming year, with your funding, we will increase services to help 272 Hays County children and youth, increase volunteer recruitment to train and support 123 volunteers. And upcoming activities, we still have virtual trainings, and we're starting also the virtual information sessions. I really want to thank you for all the support, and I hope you all can look at the budget. I know you're only giving us $35,000, but right now the cases, we can't keep up with the cases, and our hands are tight right now because we need to hire 2 case supervisors to be able to serve the children in the court system. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time and what you do for our community. Will you please open agenda item number 1?
Yes, Judge Becerra, I do have 2 comments that were emailed.
Okay, if you'll read those, please, and start the timer.
Okay. The first is from Charles Adam Spencer, who says, "I'm writing you as a private citizen in Hays County requesting that our wonderful men and women of law enforcement are funded properly. The current efforts locally and nationally to defund law enforcement are extremely concerning. Law enforcement officers are critical to maintaining a civil society and ensuring that citizens can live with their families in safe communities. I find it distressing that only a few miles north, local elected officials in Austin, Texas, have decided to defund or reallocate funds from law enforcement. This is an extremely dangerous precedent, and I humbly request that Hays County does not follow this same unfortunate path. Our law enforcement professionals are some of the most noble individuals among us, and they don't choose to do the job for notoriety, fame, or even a lucrative salary. Law enforcement officers choose to do this job because it is their calling and their will to serve the communities in which they live. They are willing to serve and protect some of the most vulnerable in our communities and routinely put their lives at risk to serve others. This is exactly why the men and women of law enforcement deserve our support and the funding to do their jobs. Please consider this during budget negotiations, as it is vital we fund our law enforcement professionals so they may give back to our community. Lastly, I am fully aware there are local and national efforts to undermine our heroic law enforcement officers, so I will leave you with this. We have just passed the 19th anniversary of the September 11, 2001 attack. I remember exactly where I was that day, and I am eternally lucky I was not one of those brave members of law enforcement that lost their lives rushing into buildings to save others. I remember officers like Moira Ann Reddy Smith, who lost her life rushing into the World Trade Center to save others. Law enforcement officers are the best of us. The second comment is from Dixon.
Can you please restart the timer?
Ma'am, can you tell me who that first comment was from? I didn't get the name.
The comment was from Charles Adam Spencer.
Thank you.
The second is from Dixon Delahaye of the Corridor Interfaith Alliance for Families, or IAF. Corridor Interfaith Alliance for Families is here to acknowledge your support for Capital IDEA, or IDEA, a career education program that helps low-income adults earn an associate's degree in a high-demand field through Austin Community College. Capital IDEA fully covers the student's tuition, books, and other materials, as well as provides child care and emergency assistance. On top of this, and perhaps most important to the students, are the career navigators who are assigned to work one-on-one and help students balance their personal and school life and overcome obstacles. After graduation, Capital IDEA helps students find employment with a good salary, benefits, and opportunities for growth. During this time of high unemployment because of the pandemic, low-income residents of Hays County need this program more than ever. While we initially approached members of the Commissioner's Court with a request for $100,000, After meeting with several of you, we understand that the budget is tight and appreciate your continued investment of $25,000. With matching funds from the state, this will allow Capital Idea to serve 7 to 10 Hays County students who, upon graduation, will earn a middle-class income, pay taxes, and contribute to the wellness of families. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Dr. Cardenas. And just for the viewers' heads up, we will move through presentations and proclamations, agenda items number 1, 2, and 3, and then we will go straight to 15. So if you will please open agenda item number 1.
Number 1, update from the county judge and staff regarding the local disaster declaration and COVID-19. Possible discussion and action may follow.
Good morning, Court. Alex Villalobos, Emergency Management Coordinator for the record and Chief of Staff. So just some brief updates with regards to our curative testing. We are planning on a soft opening on Friday in several locations. San Marcos is still trying to confirm that location with one of the mobile vans. Kyle will happen at the PAC Center. Buda, we're still confirming with Mr. Mike Beggs the location. San Marcos will start on October the 5th at the Med Park with their curative staff to support that particular location. Wimberley, the community care location in Wimberley will start next week, starting on the 29th, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursdays. And then in Dripping Springs, we are starting a soft opening at the Farmers Market, the Triangle, and a kiosk will be placed on Texas State campus with the curative, and that's working with Dr. Caranco with that testing. And in our last meeting with them in our EOC, in our EOC update, and receiving some of the updates from Dr. Caranco, there were at the time active cases 165. They were at a 4 to 6% positivity rate. They have approximately 5,300 students on campus. They have 42 isolation locations for individuals that require it, and they are anticipating an increase up to 72. And they have 130 quarantine spaces. A significant number of those students who have been identified as positive chose to quarantine at home. So they were given directions and materials to be able to do that appropriately and or at home, wherever that home is. So a lot of people ask the question with regards to the actives and then also the availability of isolation and quarantines. Do we have enough? Well, yeah, they do, based on a significant number going. Somewhere around 50% of those students went home.
And how many students did you say were here present?
5,300? 5,300 on campus.
How does that compare to what's been there in the past? In the past, there's been, what, 12,000 on campus? 15,000?
I was under the impression in the time that I've been there that the highest number for students being on campus was just under 8,000. Now, I know that they've increased because there's some new places there for them to reside, so I don't know what that number is specifically right now.
Okay, I thought it was much higher than that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any additional questions?
I don't believe so, thank you.
Is there anything else, Bob? Yes.
Okay, nothing from Ms. Crumley and nothing from Ms. Mike Jones. Okay, thank you very much. Please open agenda item number 2.
Number 2, adopt a proclamation declaring September 17th through 23rd, 2020 as Constitution Week. Whereas the Constitution of the United States of America, the guardian of our liberties, embodies the principles of limited government and republic dedicated to rule of law, and whereas September 17th, 2019 marks the 232nd anniversary of the framing of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention, and whereas it is fitting and proper to accord official recognition to this magnificent document and its memorable anniversary, and to the patriotic celebrations which will commemorate it. And whereas Public Law 915 guarantees the issuing of a proclamation each year by the President of the United States of America, designating September 17th through 23 as Constitution Week, now therefore be it resolved that the Hays County Commissioners Court does hereby proclaim the week of September 17th through 23 as Constitution Week, and asks our citizens to reaffirm the ideals the framers of the Constitution had in 1787 by vigilantly protecting the freedoms guaranteed to us through this guardian of our liberties. Adopted this the 22nd day of September 2020.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Inglesby? Yes. Commissioner Jones? Yes. Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes, please open agenda item number 3.
Number 3, adopt a proclamation declaring September 15th through October 15th, 2020 as Hispanic Heritage Month. Whereas the recorded Hispanic heritage has been part of the DNA of American culture for over 480 years, with undeniable influence in education, public safety, infrastructure, economic development, and governance. And whereas, in the words of Cesar Chavez, quote, preservation of one's own culture does not require the contempt or disrespect for other cultures, end quote, and thus celebrate the contributions of the robust Hispanic diaspora to include Spain, Puerto Rico, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Panama, El Salvador, Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Paraguay, Peru, Uruguay, Venezuela, and our neighbor to the south, Mexico. And whereas community members of Hays County are proud of their Mexican heritage that includes Native American and Spanish blood, identifying themselves as Mexican American, Chicano, Latino, Spanish, Tejano, or Hispanic, essential to defining Texas culture that sometimes is impossible to separate from Tex-Mex. And whereas humanity and centuries of hope and sacrifice have brought us to commemorate the strong and visible roots of Hispanic heritage in the national, regional, and local landscape of our nation. And whereas in the 172nd year history of Hays County, the citizens of this great county overwhelmingly elected the first Hispanic county judge. And whereas Hays County encourages and promotes strong and inclusive communities that recognize and celebrate efforts to bring people together for a greater good, now therefore be it resolved that the Hays County Commissioners Court does hereby proudly proclaim every September 15 through October 15 as Hispanic Heritage Month and encourage citizens to recognize the positive impacts of the country's Hispanic people. Adopted this 22nd day of September 2020.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes. Please open number 15.
15, authorize the county judge and Constable Montague to execute an interlocal cooperative agreement between Hays County, the City of Wimberley, and the Hays County Constable for Precinct 3 regarding traffic enforcement in Precinct 3.
Thank you, Judge. Constable Montague's.
Motion.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Constable Montague's here if anyone has any questions. This is another cleanup item for the Precinct 3 Constable's Office, the City of Wimberley, to approve this agreement. They last night also reapproved this agreement with some edits, I believe, that Ms. Powell handed that out to the court. And what we'd like to do is approve the same agreement. This will carry us through the end of this fiscal year, and at which time this contract will expire. So the action of the City of Wimberley and the proposed action of the county would tie this contract up for this fiscal year, which this court has not seen this contract until now. The City of Wimberley has adopted it in its amended form that is in front of us today. The City of Wimberley will pay the county for the services for fiscal year 20, and then this contract will expire on September 30th of 2020, and we will no longer have an agreement with the City of Wimberley.
And are those the highlights, Commissioner?
Yes, sir.
Basically, okay.
And Judge, I was just going to explain what's different in the backup that I handed you guys versus what was in your printed packets before. Is Article 4 is different, which the only thing that was changed between the two is the date in which the contract terminates. So that is the only change in between what was in backup and what you were handed this morning.
So I've been asked a few questions, and I'd like to provide an answer. The first, who will preside over any tickets or citations? Who is this better suited for, Commissioner Shell, our legal, or our constable? Who do you suggest take these questions?
The Justice of the Peace presides over citations that are issued in that area.
And so the Justice of the Peace will continue to preside, and you say this contract ends September 31st? Is that right, Commissioner?
Yes, the end of September 2020.
Okay. And who will, I know that we've heard some individuals talking about concerns about big trucks going downtown, for example, and who will help on that front after September, and how is that expected to play out? Do you have any conversations about that?
I mean, I wouldn't see any changes whatsoever. Any law enforcement officer is able to enforce any laws in any jurisdiction. So our constable's office, obviously, they're in precinct 3. Our law enforcement officers can enforce the laws, or sheriff deputies can. The city of Wood Creek also has a contract with the county, similar to the city of Wimberley's, where they've asked for special treatment, special services by our constable's offices, and that's what this contract involved. At this point, I believe Constable Montague believes, and so does the sheriff, they were both present for the meeting, that they can satisfy the city of Wimberley's needs, and which are citizens of Hays County and all residents within Constable Precinct 3 by the services that they currently provide. So, Constable Montague, you can speak up to that if
That's
there's
exactly
anything
why, thank you, Commissioner, I really appreciate these answers, because that's exactly why people have been very concerned with this, because the Wimberley Valley still continues to belong to Hays County and still remains under our county law enforcement support and control and enforcement, and so that's why it was sprinkled with questions. So ordinance violations, will that be handled by our JP?
If I believe if it was within their city limits, that would go through the Wimberley Municipal Court.
Wimberley Municipal Court. Okay, and the idea that September 30, after September, when this contract is over, nothing is really going to change. So what are we actually moving through? What kind of exercise is this to put people at ease?
I'm sorry, Judge. What changes is that the contract obligated a deputy constable to that area. I believe it was 40 hours a week. And while that won't be a contractual obligation, I believe Constable Montague's message to the city of Wimberley is that there'd still be presence, and that it would still be sufficient presence to do the things that need to be done. And so that's why the contract is being terminated.
So you see why I'm getting these dotting of questions. So an additional question I had was the 1492 bridge, about the enforcement of overweight, big trucks going over it. Does anyone have any information about how enforcement has been in the past and how it will be moving forward?
And so the 1492 is in the city, and they do have an ordinance for no through truck traffic on that road. We can enforce that, enforce the trucks violating the ordinance. The sheriff's office can. I think what Mr. Kennedy mentioned is this agreement has to do with a constable being full-time assigned just to the city of Wimberley. And so that's what the city of Wimberley was paying for, was to have a constable deputy assigned to them 40 hours per week. Constable Montague believes that he can at least offer that or more through management of his office, and that therefore we do not need an agreement to have a constable deputy that is only allowed to work within the city of Wimberley, that we can utilize all of our officers and also the sheriff's department. And I'll let Constable Montague answer it.
Good, thank you. And I think a few more sentences will, thank you, Commissioner. I think a few more sentences will help fill the fears that are going on about, oh, no more law enforcement in the Wimberley Valley, what's going on? And so, freshly minted constable for Precinct 3, would you speak on some of these items
Yes,
for us?
I have a couple of comments. For whatever reason, it didn't exist, but the constable's office has reestablished a great working relationship with the sheriff's office. The sheriff and I have met with their code enforcement officer and Mayor Fulkerson, who is sitting behind us, about 3 weeks ago, and we discussed all these issues. And there are some issues on 1492 that has to do with signage. We've decided that we will work together to see what we can do to solve that problem, because those truck, tractor, and semi-trailers that turn off Ranch Road 12 or Wayside Drive, once they've committed, there's no turning back. So there's some issues that have to be dealt there. The main thing that we've been tasked with, among some others, but primarily traffic law enforcement, we'll continue to do traffic law enforcement there. The sheriff and I sat side by side on a Zoom meeting last night with the Wimberley City Council. We answered all the questions that they had. We're still going to move forward. Like I said, whether it's reestablishing a relationship with the sheriff's office or other constables, which we have, and other law enforcement, whether it's the community of Wimberley, which is our responsibility, the Precinct 3, we are more effective as a team of law enforcement agencies than one standing alone. And so we feel comfortable. Mayor Fulkerson, if you would care to make any comments?
Almost, sir, I'll run this if you give me a minute, just a little bit longer. As you pointed out, there has been problems with that 1492 bridge, for example, and it's been framed to me this way. There has been a lack of enforcement of that very problem that you've just described and highlighted. So can you give the community of the Wimberley Valley some shift in thought process or placement or some kind of wording for comfort building as to how it will change from how it's been, for example, on that 1492 bridge?
As far as the bridge itself, I understand there's a weight limit on it. We do not have a license and weight division, if you will, within the constable's office. What has occurred prior to me being appointed by the court, I can't answer to. What I can answer to, and we receive calls, I personally receive calls about speeding. There seems to be, obviously there's some truck issues, but speeding seems to take a precedent, not necessarily over that, because we're going to address that as well. But we've been working that. I've received calls everywhere I go. We thank you for your presence. We're seeing you when we didn't see you before. So I believe I'm starting my 7th or 8th week. We're moving forward with this. Whether DPS will work that bridge as it relates to license and weight, but as narrow as that road is, I've seen them weigh trucks. They're going to block the whole roadway in those trucks. So there's some issues that still have to be addressed, and we will work with the city of Wimberley, with or without a contract, to see if we can't get these issues resolved.
Okay, commissioners, before our constable leaves the podium, do you have any questions for him specifically?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Basically, what this just gives you an opportunity to better use that 40 hours the way you see it. It doesn't tie your hands on how that 40 hours can be used.
The bottom line is we will lose an officer over this. And I say, let me back up, we will lose a position. I have an open position that I inherited when I took the office. That officer will be moved into that, but it will not keep us from traffic law enforcement and the other issues that do, in fact, concern Precinct 3, not just in the corporate city limits of Wimberley, however, but also Precinct 3 as a whole. But as it relates to Wimberley, that officer not being there anymore, that's not going to keep us from doing what we need to do within the corporate city limits of Wimberley.
There's not going to be a noticeable difference in how things
are going. I believe there was maybe an ordinance or two, but they have a code enforcement officer who Sheriff Cutler and I also met with the mayor. They've got that part of it covered. Ours is more toward traffic law enforcement. The sheriffs that they're responsible for the criminal law enforcement and response. We've talked to several people the importance of calling 911 and getting it in the database. When those calls come out, we monitor those calls as well. We back up sheriff's officers. So I'm looking forward to working with the SO as well as the city of Wimberley to make sure that we provide what needs to be provided, keeping in mind primary duty of a constable is our security of the court, bailiff of the court, serving civil process, serving warrants, and we don't do that necessarily all the time. So concurrently, we can do these other issues, but we also handle 2 elementary schools twice a day, 5 days a week. I'm not complaining, I'm just saying there's a lot to be done, and we will continue to do so, and as we move forward, I hope to find.
And it's no different than what we do for any other town that does not have their own police force.
And that's right, and I can speak from it, from not the position I'm in, but the one I held for many years. We had Buda that wasn't incorporated at that time. Dripping Springs still is not incorporated. So those services, I can't speak for Constable Hood or Constable Ellen. Of course, Buda has a police department now, but I'm sure that they're doing the same thing that we will continue to do.
Yes, the same in Ulen and Niederwald.
Yeah, that's true.
Commissioner Inglesby, I think you had a question?
Just briefly, I know that the bridge had been talked about quite a bit. Is that a state?
It's a city street.
Oh, that's city? Okay. Do they have the capabilities to designing and placing signs out there, or is that something that we need to help with?
There are some signs on 1492, close to 12. So that's, 12 is state, then 1492 becomes the city all the way, across the bridge and onto River Road. We have had some ideas about some other signage maybe on 12, and we've started those conversations with TxDOT, as has the city, to see if we could get some special signage to try to warn trucks ahead of time. Because as Constable Montague mentioned, if a truck makes that turn onto 1492, they are pretty much committed at that point. I think there's several other things we can do. GPS is also routing certain trucks that way. It's a longer fix to get to there, but we have had some success in the past of trying to get that noticed on those systems. I think some signage on 12 would be very good if we could get trucks warned before they actually get to the intersection that says, don't take a left. Maybe even a message board. If we start seeing increased volume of truck traffic, put a message board out. There's plenty of right-of-way there at the state right-of-way off of 12, and I think we could probably get some good messaging. And then the enforcement part is the other side. And I know, as Constable Montague mentioned, the constable's office doesn't do weights. DPS does, and our sheriff's office has that capability as well. So we could do some times of the day where we could put someone out there, communicate with DPS, and try to get some enforcement, at least let the word get out that that's not the route that trucks should be taking. So we do have a 1492 on our low water crossing list as well. We're looking at one of those approaches just to see the main issues being that when vehicles do get down there, if they are longer, they tend to get in the river. It's not a real major improvement. It's just a slight change to one of the radius, just to make sure that those trucks that do find their way there don't end up in the river. We don't want to encourage truck traffic that way. We're not expanding the bridge, raising the bridge, or widening the bridge. It's just a matter of safety and watching out for that part of the river, which unfortunately we've had several vehicles that end up in the river, and that's never a good thing. But I think in the end we have some amazing officers in the Precinct 3 office that really have gotten to know their community and do an amazing job. And I know Constable Montague can speak to them. They really love where they are, and they love the people that they work for. And I can see the leadership that Constable Montague is providing is only going to increase the type of services that we're able to provide, whether it's in the city or outside of the city throughout the Wimberley Valley.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it. I guess my whole point to this was just to offer our road department with any kind of signage, and I know that you're working on that. Thank you.
Now, Constable, I think I heard you right. You said there will be a position lost in Wimberley because of this. Is that right?
Yes, sir. They paid for a 40-hour position through this contract.
I just want to take this opportunity to tell the public that this court isn't defunding Wimberley Police.
And that position's been vacant for some time. Constable Montague, in his analysis of the department and meeting with all of his staff, has determined that he can meet all of the needs of Precinct 3 Constable's office with its current staffing. So that makes that a clean break for us in the city of Wimberley when it comes to this contract, that no one is going to be losing a position because we don't continue to do that. So that would have been something I would not have supported at that point. But knowing that the constable has that office organized, and I think, guys that have the talents They're very talented individuals, and he's putting them where they can use those talents to serve Precinct 3. And I mean, the improvement is great. I mean, I'm noticing it. I'm noticing the morale, and I'm seeing that they're able to do the jobs that they want to do, and they feel good about it, and that makes them good officers. And I'm proud of them, and I'm proud of what Constable Montague has done, and very proud of the relationship we have with the city of Wimberley. We have very close relationships with them on many of our projects in that area. And I think it's just a good example of what we can accomplish when we all work together. And I look forward to Constable Montague's leadership to continue to find ways to get the guys and gals out on the street. You mentioned the school district. We've got a great relationship with the schools, providing safety in the mornings and afternoons when school is let out. And that's a major issue when you have that many schools that they do on 2325, for instance. It's a safety issue, and you'll see our Constable Precinct 3 officers out there in the middle of the street morning and every afternoon, making sure that everybody gets in and out of there safely. So I think we've got a great relationship throughout the Wimberley Valley, and I appreciate everything Constable Montague's done since he's taken office.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith.
I want to echo Commissioner Schill's comments. I got stopped this morning in the traffic line at the Wimberley School on my way here. I do every Tuesday morning. Your officers are out there. I appreciate their work. A little bit of clarification on on truck weight limits. You know, we don't have a division in our county. Our sheriff's department no longer has a weights division, hasn't had one for about over a decade. It became a real, but they do have an amazing relationship with TxDOT and have worked very closely, with DPS. And I have personally watched them in my precinct have outreach between the constable's offices and the sheriff's department to coordinate direct enforcement where there are issues with overweight systems. I know in our county it became a real officer safety issue because on our county roadways generally we don't have shoulders, and so to perform those inspections and to perform those traffic stops on weight requirements. It became a real officer safety issue because you had to stop those trucks in the middle of a roadway and stop traffic half the time to do it. And so they made that determination well over a decade ago. And so I sincerely appreciate it. I really appreciate more so than anything, Constable Montague, your willingness to work with the city of Wimberley and the relationship that you're trying to foster there. I know that's important to you and Commissioner Schell both, and to the sheriff, but more importantly, it really provides a great example, the relationship that you're fostering there, the relationship that Constable Hood fosters in Dripping Springs, these communities that don't have their own police department, really showing the value of your office and the value of the sheriff's department and what they bring to the table, and provide the level of service that y'all do is great. And so I appreciate your inventiveness in addressing this issue with the city and your willingness to work with them. And so thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I think we're ready for city leadership to approach the podium.
Good morning. A lot has already been said. I'll just echo that we would not have considered going forward without a contract absent the very good positive communication and cooperation and assurances from our sheriff's department, our constable's department, and our commissioner, and working together to make sure that our community is fully covered in every way. When we had our meeting last night, one of the things that hasn't been mentioned is Sheriff Cutler did a very quick analysis in the time that we had together of just our calls for August, as an example. And from Wimberley, there were 15 calls. I believe he said 8 of those were traffic-related. 2 of those were DWIs. So for the most part, everything that's being covered is a pretty routine thing that people witness and call in. And so to have someone for 40 hours, even if they are specifically dedicated, doesn't add to the mix, is what we've been told. And when we met to talk about the contract, our main question was, what do we have? What do we need? And if we do not have a continuation of a formal contract with this in it, would our community lose any protection? And we were assured that that would not happen, and it particularly worked out well that there had been a longstanding vacant position in the constable's office that would be filled with a person who had previously been assigned to Wimberley. And keep in mind that even when this assignment was made, that the officer was not necessarily only in Wimberley. It was not necessarily at the times that were most important. It was a very discretionary thing. And so we feel like that with a coordinated communication and cooperation, looking at the numbers, looking at the calls that come in, as our sheriff has committed to do in connection with us, like he has done in Dripping Springs, that those resources can be focused in a very effective way for our community. In addition, the city of Wimberley will continue to hire off-duty officers for things like market days and very busy weekends where we have some pedestrian issues. And we're also working with TxDOT to try to get a pedestrian crossing in the middle of our square to get better signage for the truck issues. And also with respect to the truck, and I know that my council member Minnick, who's here, has worked more directly on it since I'm relatively new to this position. But the truck ordinance does have a weight limit that is consistent with an empty dump truck. So even without the weighing that you can see, you can automatically know based on a certain size that that truck's not headed in the right direction to go over that bridge. That helps some. I know we'll still need to work with the weights issue, but that would be true whether we have anything in a contract form or not. So we're trying to best serve our community all together, and I thank you, and I thank our constable who's worked very closely with us, and our sheriff's department, and our commissioner to make sure. And we will continue to monitor this, as we talked about last night. If there determines to be an issue that isn't addressed with the relationship going forward, we'll work on that. If need be, we'll close that gap. So that is very important to us, that we support and protect our citizens and support our law enforcement, and that is exactly what we'll be doing in that relationship going forward. And I appreciate you all. Thank you.
Any questions for the mayor?
Yeah, thank you.
No? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
And Councilmember Minnick, since she brought you up, would you like an opportunity to say something since you made the trip and took the time?
Well, thanks very much, Judge. Commissioner Shell and I have talked about the low water bridge on 1492. This is an issue that has been ongoing with those large trucks. And as the mayor said, we had determined what that empty weight would be so that it would be easy for the constable to carry that out. Over the last probably year, there's been a lot of confusion with pedestrian traffic and law enforcement in our pedestrian areas. And after talking to the constable and the sheriff, we really feel that if we can go ahead and use our very limited funds in a more targeted way in terms of the pedestrian and also the bypass, so that we can keep those large trucks out of the city, I think that makes more sense for us. So I appreciate the opportunity to talk, and I appreciate all the help and support you all have given us.
My biggest priority, because I know we have a commissioner over that Wimberley Valley, but it's also my precinct, and so my biggest concern is to make sure that you as leaders of the community are content and feel supported by Hays County.
Mm-hmm. We appreciate that, and we do, absolutely.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
And I have one last question that just came up for the constable. If you don't mind approaching the podium one last time. I'm a huge supporter of sharing communication and speaking as completely as possible in every setting. And as a matter of fact, some people don't like that I communicate too much. Some say I over-communicate. But I heard this wonderful thing coordinated communication from the mayor between the sheriff's office and the constable's office. And it's my understanding that in the past, the sheriff's office has said that the constables are to stay off of that main radio channel. Has that been shifted to where now you guys are on the same channel as the sheriff? Is that what the coordinated communication is trying to describe?
Well, it's not an issue now. If it was prior, I wasn't aware of it. Our officers get on the radio and run traffic, and that just hasn't been an issue since I've been there. If it was prior, I'm not sure.
But you're not on the same channel still?
Well, LCRA has multiple different channels, so they have back channel, side channels, main channels. I just have to talk to the officers how they're looking at it, but when they need to call communications, Sheriff's Office Communications, they have a channel that they do that on.
Okay, commissioners, any final questions? All right, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. All right, so we have a motion and we have a second, and we've talked to those wonderful people that have come and shed light on the conversation. Any final ideas or comments, Commissioner?
No, sir.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes, and we will take a 5-minute recess. We are back from our short recess, and we will go straight to asking our clerk to please open 9, 10, and 11.
9, approve the appointment of Karen Housewright to the Hayes County Child Protective Board, term ending December 31st, 2022. 10, authorize the execution of amendment number 2 to the General Land Office, contract number 18-501-000-B226, Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program, Infrastructure Projects, Non-Research and Development, 2015 Flood Allocation. 11, approve renewal of IFB 2020-B16 road improvements, remove and replace hot mix with Turner Paving and Construction, Inc. for a period not to exceed November 15th, 2020.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments?
I just, on number 11, and Commissioner Jones can speak to this as well, we're thankful for the rain, but it has implications. And so our contract, we were pretty aggressive with the timetable for this hot mix anyway. But the fact is, the rain slowed us down for the last couple of weeks, but we're thankful for it, so I'm not going to complain.
And Judge, I also want to thank Ms. Hightower for her willingness to serve on this board. This is a very important board, and it's a heart-wrenching board. I've sat through, I can only sit about one meeting a month, I mean a year. But I appreciate. Thank you. And just try to keep Lee in line if you can.
Thank you again.
Appreciate you stepping up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes. Now you can go to work. Thank you.
Thank y'all so much.
Please open 4 through 8.
4, approve payments of county invoices. 5, approve the payment of United Healthcare claims. 6, approve Commissioners Court minutes of September 8th, 2020 and September 15th, 2020. 7, approve the acceptance of a grant award from the Office of the Governor, Criminal Justice Division for Prevention and Preparedness Response for COVID-19 in the amount of $293,426 and amend the budget accordingly. 8, authorize the execution of a grant contract amendment with Texas Indigent Defense Commission to extend the term of the Regional Padilla Compliance Pilot Project Grant to March 31st, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments?
Just on number 8, Judge, we did have that come before the Criminal Justice Coordinating Commission, and that was supported by unanimous decision to extend that period and also open that up outside of the 3rd Judicial Region to other areas of the state. So very proud of that work.
I'm glad. I'm very proud of the work we're doing on criminal justice here. It's very useful, very productive judicial work, and I'm very grateful that we're doing it here in Hays County. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith? Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes. Please open 12, 13, and 14.
12, approve utility payments. 13, authorize the county judge to execute a $29,651 refresh agreement with Exacom, Inc. related to the multimedia recording platform system for recording 9/11 and non-emergency calls, radio transmissions, and VoIP for the Sheriff's Office Emergency Communications Division, and authorize a discretionary exemption pursuant to Texas Local Government Code, Chapter 262.024A7D. 14, approve renewal of IFB 2017-B02 countywide dumpsters with Texas Disposal Systems for 1 additional year.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and I have one person signed up to speak, Mr. Dan Lyon, on agenda item number 14.
Thank you, Judge Becerra. In my public comments this morning, I pointed out that Texas Disposal Systems had charged us $462.10 for emptying trash at 5 Mile Dam, another $482 for August 2020 porta potty / hand wash station service at 5 Mile Dam also. And apparently they did, I don't know if those are the exact figures for what they did in July, but I know they charged us for July. And my contention is that this contract needs to be rewritten to take into account contingencies such as park, and if they have other contracts to empty trash, say, from offices and things like that, to take these things, these closures into account. Apparently, the contract is not written that way. I haven't seen the contract, but there's no need for us to be paying for services that we're not getting. And I don't necessarily say that that is Texas Disposal System's fault. It's probably the county attorney's fault that that stuff has not been taken into consideration. And frankly, I'm tired of paying taxes for services not rendered. And we're all looking for, allegedly, we're all looking for ways to save money on the county's budget, but this is really low-hanging fruit. And I brought this up in August at least. And so far, apparently nothing's been done about it. And, you know, I'm up here just batting my gums together and not getting any results. And I'll continue doing it. If nothing else, maybe it's enough of an irritant that somebody will eventually do something just to shut me up. If not, you know, I'll just keep doing it because this is the way I was born. This is what I was born to do. I could save y'all a lot of money if you would listen to me, but a lot of times you don't listen to me. Most of the time you don't. But thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And very often we forget to put the timer on, so we give you extra time to speak. We value your time, Mr. Lyon. And I will tell you that that is a very valid question and concern. Luckily, I get to address it because it's the only comment on this agenda item, and we are into discussion point. And I do believe sincerely in saving every opportunity that we can. And I know in the private sector, we do have the opportunity to freeze an account when things take place. And so I could see a park that is closed for 6 months, still paying for trash service and not needing to, and it benefits many on that front. And I wanted to know how we could address such a concern.
Unfortunately, just because the park is closed does not mean the trash goes away. We do still use the trash service. People still go into that park even if it's closed. They go in by foot, and we still have to pick up the trash. People think that is their personal trash service, and they will dump trash, so that trash has to be emptied. So we still do utilize those dumpsters.
So
I drive by 5 Mile Dam nearly every day, and unless it's raining, there's people.
There's always someone there,
There's
yes.
always someone there.
Sure.
And she was right, it's a good place to dump trash also.
And also, we have the option to put lock bars on those dumpsters. I know they're inside gates, but sometimes people will just fling trash over a gate,
And the park staff has to go and pick that up.
pick it all up.
If we put a lock, they're just going to
Put
dump
it
it
next to the
beside
trash.
us.
They
Okay.
throw it everywhere. The park
There you
staff
go.
is out picking up trash.
And actually, I'd probably rather them put them in there than on the side of the road, which is what they do the next.
That's right.
So the dumpsters do get utilized, and the trash service.
And so we're not paying, just to clarify, we're not paying then for dumping of dumpsters on a weekly basis or monthly basis, and they're empty. They're actually being emptied.
Correct.
Well, that's encouraging. Thank you.
And Dahlstrom has been opened, but they're by reservation only. So there was a short time that they were closed, but the park staff was out there working, so trash was being produced.
Okay. Commissioners, comments or questions? Okay, please call the roll.
Commissioner Shell,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby,
Yes.
and Judge Vasetta.
Yes, please open 16.
16, authorize the county judge to execute First Amendment to the professional services agreement between Hayes County and Half and Associates executed on or about September 19th, 2017, related to flood mitigation assistance.
So moved.
Commissioner?
This contract, which is in backup, is for engineering services in support of a grant application with the Community Development Block Grant, commonly referred to as CDBG mitigation program. And this would be for modeling of Purgatory Creek and the Willow Springs Creek area. So this is the area that feeds into the government center area and then on through some neighborhoods in San Marcos. And so it's a project that both Commissioner Inglesby and I have been involved in several years. We're hoping that the CDBG MIT, which is the mitigation category of CDBG funding, would be a good opportunity for us to get some matching funds to move forward with that project. We've been in search of those and trying to leverage our county dollars, and I think that we have a good chance of doing this one. HAF has been very involved in all of our flood engineering programs, and we think getting them on board here for this short time to help us with this application would put us in a good spot of being successful.
And can you, for the viewing public that doesn't have access to the backup necessarily, share with us some dollar amounts?
I believe the contract is for $10,000. Yes, $10,000.
So a $10,000 contract for Half and Associates, and then what would the grant dollar amount be that we're reaching for? Is there a earmark?
The project could be close to $10 million project before it's all said and done. It depends on how it's phased and everything else, but we believe that we'll have a good chance of getting successful if it's not this grant on another one. But we know that the need is there, and as development continues in that area of town, which I believe it will, we'll see a high growth area there, Wonder World, probably all the way down to Center Point, that is going to exacerbate those types of issues. So I think if we don't get on top of it right now, we could have some problems in the future. It obviously benefits county property, but also many of our residents and public infrastructure, streets, and drainage.
So the idea is to hire Half and Associates to seek the $10 million grant. And when you said matching, what other part were you thinking?
So that we have, I believe we have $750,000 budgeted as of now in this budget. So what we would like to do is to find a way to leverage that to create the project without the taxpayer having to come out for all of that. So the idea is we do some of the matching ourselves with that $750,000, and we try to get grants like this to cover the rest and get the project constructed.
Okay, commissioners, any questions on that one, especially since it's your precinct in part?
Yeah, well, and Judge, I appreciate, I think Commissioner Schell laid it out pretty well, but I want to also just say that HEB has been a big supporter regarding this project, and important, Commissioner Schell mentioned our property, but there are the upstream and especially downstream, that goes more into Precinct 1 that is affected by all these floodwaters. And so, it's something that we've been working on for quite some time, and I'm hoping that we have a much better chance this time around, and if not, we just continue to try to seek those funding. I know that the city of San Marcos was very interested too, and also sat in some of those meetings, and so there might be another opportunity there for some financial participation.
Okay.
Possibly.
Yeah, that area gets flooded real easy. I've seen it. Okay, please call the roll.
Commissioner Schell?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones? Yes. Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes, please open 17.
17, discussion and possible action to authorize the county judge to execute contract amendment number 1 between Hayes County and LNB Inc. for the Highway 21 at FM 1966 intersection safety improvements project as part of the 2016 road bond program.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Inglesby?
Thank you, Judge. So, Judge, this is for additional design work at this intersection to incorporate an additional signal pole. There's a new subdivision coming in on the west side of that intersection, and so it's to accommodate that for safety purposes.
Commissioners, any questions? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Schell?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones? Yes. Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes, please open 18.
18, discussion and possible action to consider the release of the maintenance bond number 765 in the amount of $709,843.20, and the acceptance of roads into the county road maintenance system for Stonefield subdivision, Section 12.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Commissioner?
Judge, we have staff approval on this to move forward.
Commissioners, any comments? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes, please open 19.
19, discussion and possible action to consider the release of the maintenance bond number 46BCSHY 1378 in the amount of $188,835.86. Release of the revegetation bond number K13533428 in the amount of $61,000, and the acceptance of roads into the county road maintenance system for Berber Ranch subdivision, AKA Estates of Sawyer Ranch.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner?
We have full staff recommendation, and again, this is just a release of two bonds associated with or actually two bonds associated with Berber Ranch.
Thank you, sir. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby? Yes. Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes, please open 20.
20, discussion and possible action to approve a resolution supporting the development of the Robert S. Light Boulevard Extension Project and urging the Texas Department of Transportation to approve the Robert S. Light Boulevard Extension Project environmental document in a timely manner so that the development of the Robert S. Light Boulevard Extension Project may proceed to construction as expeditiously as possible.
So moved.
Second.
Well-worded agenda item, Commissioner.
So that, like, I can't add anything to it. They did a good job of wording it, and this is just to encourage TxDOT. This is a project we're ready to move forward. This is one of the last steps. And again, this just to remind the court, takes Robert Light at the bridge. It takes that road all the way to 1626. So a big, this is something Butte has been waiting for a long time.
Beautiful. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes, please open 21.
21, discussion and possible action to approve a removal and reimbursement agreement between Hays County and Texaco Downstream Properties, Inc., and authorize the county judge to execute the removal and reimbursement agreement on behalf of Hays County.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner?
And Judge, this is just to, it was part of this project, they were found an abandoned pipeline that needs to be moved as part of the, to start construction, and this just does the reimbursement for the company to remove that pipeline.
Perfect. Good news. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes, please open 22.
22, PLN-1466-PC. Hold a public hearing with possible action to approve the final plat of the replat of lots 11 and 12 Hurlbut Ranch East subdivision.
So moved.
Second.
And I will open for a public hearing. If there is anyone here to speak for or against this agenda item, please approach the podium. Seeing no movement, I will close the public hearing.
Judge, this is a proposed replat on Hurlbut Ranch, which is one of the most awkwardly platted developments in Hays County. Is that fair to say, Caitlin?
That is definitely.
This has full staff approval, and there is no variances sought, so I would move for to approve the final plat of the replat of lots 11 and 12 Hurlbut Ranch Estates East subdivision.
Second.
Any additional comments? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes, please open 23.
23, discussion and possible action to approve the 2021 sheriff and constable fees.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Comments, questions, concerns?
No.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes, please open 24.
24, discussion and possible action to authorize the sheriff's office to hire a mechanic, slot 1060-001, at the 7th percentile.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Inglesby?
Thank you, Judge. I got word from HR that they did review this request and agrees that the individual has the appropriate certifications and experience to support the request.
Thank you. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Judge Baseta?
Yes, please open. 25.
25, discussion and possible action to authorize the county judge to execute an information release contract with the Texas Workforce Commission for the benefit of the Hays County Constable Precinct 1.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Pretty self-explanatory agenda item.
Yes.
Well worded.
Okay.
Anything else to add?
No.
Okay. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Judge Baseta?
Yes. Please open number 26.
26, discussion and possible action authorizing the county judge to execute a contract with Westlaw Thompson Reuters for online legal research services in the Hays County Office of General Counsel with funds budgeted for FY 2021.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments?
I think pretty standard. I think we have to have one of these contracts for every department that uses this service, Judge.
Thank you, ma'am. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Inglesby? Yes. Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Judge Baseta?
Yes, please open 27.
27, discussion and possible action to authorize the submission of a community development block grant mitigation project application to the General Land Office and authorize the county judge to act as the county's executive officer and authorized representative in all matters pertaining to the county's participation in the Community Development Block Grant Mitigation Program.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second, and the way that agenda item reads, it's like all volunteers, please step up, and everyone else step back. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Baseta?
Yes, please open 28.
28.
So that's at
Do you want to
1
hold
o'clock.
this till
We're
1?
done, except for Zach.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had a comment. Yep, I went right to it. That's a 1 o'clock scheduled. Please open 29. Thanks for the help,
But I
guys.
think all these have to be, all these are.
All these are after that.
20.
We could do
Oh, they
executive.
sure are. That's right. Please open, I was looking at the notes. I'm orchestrating a kaleidoscope of options. I was already looking at agenda items. Do you like me to reopen 23?
Correct.
Please reopen 23.
No.
23, discussion and possible action to approve the 2021 sheriff and constable fees.
Judge, we have a scrivener's error on the approved form, and I just wanted to note that we believe we understand what it should be. So for commissions, near the bottom of that chart, it expresses two ranges and two different percentages. The second range, which brings the percentage commission down to 5%, should read $10,000 and 1 penny and not $10,001. Otherwise, we would have a gap.
Perfect.
And thanks to Marisol for catching that.
Thank you. Do we need to make an amendment or anything, or just bring it into the record?
Just want you all to know that we're going to make a correction.
Okay, so agenda items 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32 are all connected. And so what's left at this time, because we are so efficient, are executive session items and standing agenda items. So if you will please open agenda item number 37.
37, discussion related to the Hays County inmate population to include current population counts and costs.
And the sheriff's office sends my office a report that at this moment is not easily accessible. Oh, there it is. Here it is. So, the sheriff's office sends me a weekly report on the jail population, and our capacity is still at 362 inmates. Jail standards recommends holding 10% of that capacity open, which lowers our capacity to 311. The jail's daily average was 461 and peak was 483 on September 14th for the week of September 13, 2020 through September 19th, 2020. The estimated cost for outsourcing inmates this week is $56,062. The average number of outsourced males is 156 and females are 2. This week's inmates were housed in the following counties: Blanco, Burnett, Caldwell, Fort Bend, Guadalupe, and Walker. Arrest by agency: Buda Police Department, 5. Department of Public Safety, 4. Hays County Sheriff's Office, 65. Kyle Police Department, 17. San Marcos Police Department, 41. And Texas State University, 2. What we can do at this time is open the executive session items.
33, executive session pursuant to sections 551.071 and 551.074 of the Texas Government Code. Consultation with counsel regarding the collective bargaining agreement between Hays County and the Hays County Law Enforcement Association, and consultation with counsel and deliberation regarding all individual positions subject to said collective bargaining agreement. Possible discussion and/or action may follow in open court. 34, consultation with counsel regarding the value of real property located on or near Hermosa Paloma in Precinct 3. 35, consultation with counsel regarding all individual positions in the Hays County Office of Emergency Services, and consultation with counsel regarding evacuation assistance related to the Hurricane Laura disaster.
Okay, if you are not directly tied to these executive session items, I ask that you please clear the courtroom. We are going into executive session. We all did fairly well, considering we never take a lunch, and we all got in just under the wire, or on the wire. I'll do it again. I don't mind. I love this little gavel.
You hide it well.
Oh, man. Just call me Bam Bam, right? I love that thing. They're not listening. There they are. There they are. All right, so we are back from executive session, and we have a couple of motions. And
I have two motions, Judge.
Commissioner, if you will please lead that.
All right. Judge, I motion to authorize payment of $10,477.51 to Denise Treadwell as reimbursement for reservation of hotel rooms and payment of $3,419.38 to Candlewood Suites, Buda, and $4,094 to White Rock Inn, San Marcos for the reservations of hotel rooms in response to Hurricane Laura, and to find that such actions fulfilled a public purpose in anticipation of storm evacuees. Payment to the two hotels is anticipated to result in the cancellation of a $18,495.95 charge to Denise Treadwell.
I have a motion and a second. Additional comments, commissioners? I will add one, and the idea is that this money that was spent out of our norm, out of our process, is why it's here as an executive session item. We will be seeking reimbursement from the state. So ultimately, the goal is for us to be fully reimbursed from the state of these expenses. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes. Commissioner Jones?
Yes, Judge, and under those same findings, I motion to authorize payment of the remainder of the charges associated with hotel room reservations to be reconciled by the auditor's office and paid using a card issued to the auditor's office. It's estimated to be $9,936.73, plus the monies to be paid to the two hotels under the previous motion. And authorize payment to Central Texas Food Bank in the amount of $1,659 for meals associated with Hurricane Laura, where no purchase order was issued as required by per county purchasing policy. And all assistance related to this disaster will be funded with county-wide contingencies, and county auditor's office will seek reimbursement from the state due to the cash assistance program.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and in summary, that's the additional expense from this transaction in trying to help with the evacuation from, was it Hurricane Laura? From Hurricane Laura, and it was executed in a way that has been discussed, and we've asked that they not follow that process of spending money. Nevertheless, we still continue to be optimistic that the state will reimburse us for this hurricane evacuation support that we have provided as a county. If there are no other comments, please call the roll.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes. Will you please open agenda item number 28?
I have one motion for number 34.
Oh, that's right. Yes, sir.
This is for item number 34. I'd like to make a motion to authorize general counsel to execute a subordination agreement between Hays County and Central National Bank related to liens on 5.7 acres of land described as Lot 9 within Hermosa Paloma Overlook.
So moved, or second.
We have a motion and a second. Are there any comments? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby? Yes. Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes. Now, will you please open our public hearing, agenda item number 28?
28, hold a public hearing on the FY 2021 Hays County proposed budget.
And I have two individuals signed up to speak. We will start with them, and then we will open it up to anyone else that has not signed up to speak. First, Mr. Dan Lyon.
Thank you, Judge Becerra. I need not tell the court
that these are extremely hard times in Hays County. Many people are without jobs. Other people are working just part-time. Personally, my investments are not doing well at this time because of the economy. Therefore, in order to head off an absolute disaster, I believe that at a minimum, the court should adopt the no new tax rate of 40.43 cents per $100 evaluation. I know that you do not want to cut county jobs, and I commend you for that, but in a way, the county is not living in the same reality that the citizens of Hays County are. I noticed, if I read this right, y'all aren't getting raises this year, or not putting in for them anyway, which I agree with 100%. I really think you ought to take a reduction in the amount of money you make, but that's my personal opinion. The proposed rate, I've got it right here somewhere, proposed tax rate 42.12 cents per $100 valuation. I'm sorry, it's not going to cut it. This is going to be a real hardship on the people of Hays County. And, you know, if in coming years the economy returns, then you could consider raising rates. I know this, the other thing is this proposal to buy all this parkland. It came at the absolute worst time. In my view, I know that you say these are good opportunities, but in my view, it's completely irresponsible, and it's been done by people that aren't in touch with the normal people of Hays County. It's always when it happens to somebody else, it's a shame, but when it happens to you, it's a tragedy. And what the people here in Hays County are suffering is a tragedy, but y'all just see it as a shame. So that's my thoughts on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And next up, Ms. Brittany Ritchie.
Good afternoon, Court. How are you?
Grateful. This typed name is easy to read.
I'm here today for one final plea for a staff member for my office. I'm requesting a Treasury Services Specialist, grade 111, with a salary of $38,250, but with fringe, it ends up being $58,144.67. I actually requested 3 positions. I'm asking desperately for one. This position would assist both payroll and financial reporting. We've had the same number of employees performing payroll since the year 2007. So for 13 years, these people have been doing it under the same staff. We desperately need the help there. We currently process payroll for double the amount of people that we did at that time when in 2007. Our open records requests are crazy. They're taking about 40 hours more a month than they did in 2018. We've added County Court at Law 3, the 428th, the 453rd District Courts, which has increased the number of cases and fines and fees associated with those cases by the thousands, and it's our job to review each of those and submit the appropriate money to the state. The last time we added a bookkeeping position for Hays County was in 2009 for our treasurer's office. That's 11 years ago. We still have only those 3 employees doing those functions. The last time we added a full-time position in our office as a whole was in 2017. The workload for that particular position, our Treasury Services Manager, in some ways have increased over 4 times since 2017. So I'm asking for a Treasury Services Specialist. The remaining of our positions, which is another 3 people, are struggling to help the people that are doing these jobs that are just overwhelmed. So I'm pleading and asking one last chance to please consider giving us a position. Thank you.
What was the total with fringe?
With fringe is $58,144.67, and that's with the current insurance rates and current salary.
Thank you very much. Questions for Ms. Ritchie? commissioners?
Not specifically for Ms. Ritchie, and I guess for the auditor's office, Judge, if we want to do that, or we can always come back. I just wondered, if we funded this position, say mid-year or so, what the costs might look like. I don't know if it's just completely half of the 58.
I'm with you, Commissioner Inglesby. I want to help our treasurer as well, and I want to find a creative way to do it.
$29,073 would be an effective date of April 1st. I do have one question for Brittany. Yes. If you were to get a position, would you need equipment? Do you have an additional workspace?
We could deal with what we have currently. We do have a desk space as well as a computer that was an old one, but we could use. So.
And thank you for all your hard work, Ms. Ritchie. I know I'm speaking personally here, but I know it's a big deal and it's a huge endeavor, and these highlights that you've created for 13 years under the same amount of people. I mean, you've seen our growth and you've seen firsthand what it feels like to double in employees. And so I commend your efforts to do as much as you've been doing, and I will, in my seat, but we're a body of 5, I'll do everything I can to support your request. Thank you, ma'am. And that ends the signed up part, but we do open it to anyone that would like to speak in this space at this time that hasn't signed up. Is there anyone that would like to approach the podium? No one. Okay. Public hearing. Or keep it going, and then we'll talk through the things inside of here, right?
Oh,
I think that there was some additional information that Jeff McGill was going to provide for some of the
Perfect.
items that are on the list that will
Okay.
be presented.
Mr. McGill, if you'll approach the podium and state your name and title for the viewing audience, I would appreciate it.
Jeff McGill, Information Technology Director. Which one do you want to take? I know there's 3 of them that we need a discussion on. You want to talk about Texas State?
The Texas State had the case inventory system and the software for the
Okay.
constables.
Texas State University, they came into our project about midway, or maybe 2/3 of the way through our CAD project with the other entities, Kyle and Butte, and all of our fire and EMS. So they came in, and we incorporated them into our training for them coming into our dispatch center. So we put in the budget for the Texas State portion of their contract with licensing and training and project management. And that was split up over 2 years. So it was a 2-year split, half in 2021 and then 2022. But that gets Texas State on the same timeline with the rest of our law enforcement agencies. They'll come in a little bit later because they came into the project a little late, but somewhere towards the end of the year, possibly into January, then they will be in the public safety building as well, alongside all of our other dispatchers. And that amount covers the entire contract for them for software licensing, project management, and configuration. The total was $147 and some change for the entire thing, but it was split between 2 years. So we were asked to put it in the budget for 2021, and then there'll be the second half budgeted in 2022, and that'll cover all of their licensing, and then it'll just be software maintenance after that. So that's why that was added in towards the last part, because we didn't have it before we submitted our budget originally, so we put it in at the end.
Commissioners, any questions on that front?
And do we have the ability to recoup those costs from the university?
It's in the finance agreement.
Okay, that they will pay that back, so, okay. So we're just front loading it and getting paid back by the university.
Yes.
Is that correct?
I don't think the agreement has been finalized, but I think that's the intent.
Yes.
So there could potentially be some revenue to offset this cost.
Perfect. That's what I thought, that's what I anticipated. I just didn't want to be paying for it for one of our partners when the other partners all had to pay for it themselves.
Right. We still have the contract that we have to get on the agenda to sign for that portion. But Tyler Technologies has been completing all of their training and configuration at risk because we don't have a contract, but they know that we do have a contract coming. So they've included Texas State in with all of our training as far as the mobile RMS, and their CAD training is still pending. So, yeah, they're looped in with everyone else at this point.
And Vicki, where is that indicated on, or is it not indicated on this sheet yet?
It is, it's about halfway down that front page.
See the 139, is that what it is, or what? I mean,
Under
no, that's
information
the,
technology, there's
oh,
the
I
Texas
see
State
it.
CAD.
Sorry, yeah, okay,
So
thank you,
it's-
65.
It's the 79,306, and it's not, the amount isn't in your total column, because if you were considering approving that, it would be a use of reserves, so you wouldn't have to affect your budget by adding that in.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. McGill? All right, thank you, sir.
He's got two more, I think.
Yeah. Some more questions. I have this one. There's one little fact sheet on it. I apologize for this coming in. We worked with the auditor for a few months on.
Thank you.
This is part of our ongoing security compliance for Cadillac security. Just to give you a little background, we've been working on enhancing our security and our endpoint control of devices and all network control things, especially since we're now the hosting agency for all the law enforcement and fire and EMS. One of the recommendations that we had during our last security audit is that we would put some kind of patch management system in place to do automated patch management as well as mobile device management. We had that on our list of stuff that we were going to implement over a couple of year period, but when the pandemic hit and we started having to push out so many mobile units for people to work at home, and just all the mobile units that we've added onto our network, we really started seeing how much of a burden that was on our department to make sure that we keep security patches, soft licensing on every computer that's in the entire county. So we started working with the auditor's office on trying to get that in so we could have it implemented before the November election, so that we have an extra layer of security on there, as well as being able to manage software licensing, inventory, remote support. As you can see in the feature set there, we have a lot of overlapping products that we're using now, but we trimmed them out. I tried to trim everything out of the budget for next year to offset the cost of getting this, so that we're on one platform for all of our device support. We currently use Quest systems for our disaster recovery and all of our backups and all of our disaster plans. But if anybody I know that Mike Jones gets them, and I'm not sure who else is on the cybersecurity alert emails, but we get tons every single day that we have to do patches for. We have to push out updates. This gives us a way of pushing a button and automatically pushing those security updates to all the devices at once, rather than us having to do so many of them. And we realized how underprepared we were when we started people working at home and everyone calling us and needing this software on their laptop and that software and this driver and that scanner driver, and we just had to physically get our hands on it to do it. These are the tools that allows us to real-time push software to machines, push updates to machines, do reporting. So every single year we can do a reporting. Anytime there's a security alert, we get alerted right away if there's a security alert on any device we have on the network. So this is something that we had in a multi-year plan anyway. It's just, it got escalated just because of the amount of mobile machines we were having to manage and make sure that we had the proper security things. And it goes along with our long-term plan for adding an extra layer for our election office as well, making sure that every day, every security patch is up to date on every computer within that office and every office in the county. But that would be the first office we would do since the election is so close. We'd have that office done first and then have it pushed out hopefully by the end of November for everyone else in the county. So this is broken out over, it's another 3-year, and after 3 years, the product is owned by us, so we just pay software maintenance past that point. So,
And the 49.5 then comes from reserves also?
Yes, ma'am. The 49.5 is the total cost, so you have the option to break that up into 3-year payments of just over 16, or we could pay it in
Just pay it.
full.
Okay.
Either way, it could be a use of reserves.
Okay, thank you.
and the reason why I had it broken down that way is I was trying to make it fit within our current budget for IT. I didn't want to add any additional cost to our budget, so we were trying to fit it within our budget, but either way.
And thank you for doing that, because as we were starting on the budget process, we communicated through the auditor to all departments to please be mindful of COVID and our efforts to provide a very lean budget moving forward. And so thank you for,
Yes, sir.
thank you for listening to that request and doing your very best.
Yeah, we were really working with Vicki to try to figure out how we could fit that in our current budget without our budget going up. So, but anyway, that's how this whole thing came about. And mainly, it was escalated because of the COVID and the amount. We just realized when we were having to turn out 200 plus people working off, how hard that is to manage by a small staff. So any tools that we can use to help us with that is welcome.
Now, Vicki and Marisol, I have a question as the auditors. Since a lot of this has been spurred by COVID, is there a chance for reimbursement of some sort because of COVID expense?
Potentially. So we're actually researching items that we can use the COVID fund. So there has to be either a direct response or a direct recovery effort for it to be eligible for reimbursement. So that is something that we could look into that, as well as the next program he's going to be talking about.
Perfect. Good, good, good. Okay, number 3.
Number 3 is the soft code. If everyone remembers, we had it in the budget, last budget, and it didn't make the cut. And soft code is the civil process software for Tyler Technologies that does the civil processing side. All the other Tyler Tech products that we have is mainly for the criminal side. This is for the civil side. We decided that we could hold off a year last year and then just rebudget it for this year, which we did. And the price went up a little bit from what it was the previous year, but it didn't make the budget cut. But since then, we found out, and I don't have a whole lot of details about it, is that product can be used for COVID, and there's been other counties that's gotten funding from the CARES Act on using it for collecting data for COVID. So when papers are served, then there can be a questionnaire that's part of the software that is questions about COVID, about family infection rates and things like that. I don't have a real clear understanding because we just found out about this, and we let Vicki know that there are counties that's getting funding for this because of COVID. I'm certainly trying everything I can do to get the research on what portion of it actually applies, but that's something that we could possibly have funding for that and get it added back in, because we've kind of kicked it down the road for the constables for 2 years. They were on the 2nd year, and I would really like to get that added in. That's the only piece that we don't have as far as the Tyler Tech products is the civil paper service side, which gives them the ability to also do paperless, use mobile devices and iPads for digital serving instead of shuffling so much paper. And I'm sure the constables can tell you how much paper there is shuffling for the civil side of it. It's just eliminates that and gets them more into the digital side of it like we're using for all of our other offices. So if we could use COVID funding to fund that, that would be great.
What's the likelihood of that? Seems good?
It does. Again, it's a pretty robust package, and there's a small portion of that that's going to be directly related to COVID response.
So
So
reach.
that it might not be fully funded, but most likely.
Partially funded
partially
at
funded.
least. Well, that's good news.
And Judge, with my recent participation in the audit of the constable office at Precinct 3, we have noticed some room for better internal controls in the receiving process for these civil papers. The receiving system they have right now just isn't up to par, and it takes a lot of physical hours and man hours to enter the data, and then also when we come back and audit, it's the same thing. So this software would assist in that as well, and we would budget it through the reserves, but then obviously attempt to see if we could seek reimbursement from the.
That's wonderful to hear.
It also has a public portal as part of this as well, so people can log on and check the status of papers served, and it's directly integrated with our other Tyler products, with Odyssey, so it creates a seamless integration now with less paper shuffle, so.
Good. Commissioners, any questions on that item?
No. I just want to say thank you for the auditor, because I know that they looked at this technology as well, as you just said, and sounds like it would be a good positive, so.
I want to ask you one more question on that technology. This paperless piece, would that double as a ticket writer for the constables?
Well, you could. I mean, you can use, either Windows devices or iPad devices for the paperless portion of this. So if you had a device, especially, I'd have to check to see if the iPad would be considered a ticket writer. Right now, we don't have that as an official ticket writer. Right now, it's limited to the iPhones, but
Because I know.
I'll certainly check on
Because I know when I started on this front of trying to stock the constables' offices with all the tools, the ticket writers was the big item that they were lacking.
Right.
And I know that you worked with us, and I thank you, to help bring them up to speed. And I know that Alex Villalobos actually helped to update the information and give people access to updated training. And I just wanted to make sure that we could continue that front of helping the constables with that space of access to digital ticket writing.
We're certainly working towards that, because now that we're on our new CAD system, everyone has access from an iPhone to double as a ticket writer and a mobile CAD station from the same device. If we could put the civil side on that, that would be better. I'll have to check and see if that's a capability of the softcode software. It never came up in a conversation, but that doesn't mean it's not possible.
Beautiful. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
The mic.
Could you just talk about the upgrade for the Dripping Springs switches that y'all are doing?
Oh, for the switch replacement?
The switch replacement.
Right.
Commissioner Smith had a question.
Right, the switches that are in Dripping Springs, they're the only ones that we haven't replaced. Those are end of life. So once they reach end of life, if we have any law enforcement, whether sheriff's office or constable out there that we're pushing CGIS data, we have to have certified equipment at those locations that pass the audit. So once we reach end of life on a product and it's no longer certified for security and security patches and updates, we have to replace them. So we've replaced everyone's except for the Dripping Springs area. So
Are you talking about switches, the kind to expand the Ethernet connection?
Yes, sir.
Oh, those aren't a lot of money, right?
Yes, sir. They're not a lot of money. We put in to have those replaced. And what was the total on those? I don't have that.
I think
$300 and something.
You see, that's not much at all.
No, that's the difference that we need.
Right.
I think there were about 12,000 for
For all the switches out there, it was, but there was since we turned in the budget, there was a price increase of $300, I think was the difference in the
Yeah, it
price
was
increase.
251. Yeah, there were 12,440 is in the budget, and this additional amount is needed. It's the slight increase.
Just like,
Oh, it's not the power switches for 231.
no.
No, that's the additional needed to add to the.
It's our network switches for that building.
Okay, yeah.
For
Are
the
you
whole
also
building.
speaking on Mitel, or is that not?
That's just a rollover.
Mitel was rolled over. We were budgeted for Mitel phone system replacement in this budget year, but because of the construction delays and pushing so close to the end of the year, we knew that we weren't going to be able to get the new phone system rolled in before the end of September. So we asked if we could roll that over into next budget year so we could start right after October 1st on the new phone system replacement. And that's countywide phone system, by the way, for the whole county.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. What else, Vicki?
Is there anyone else?
I've already asked. We've checked that box. No one else wishing to speak on this public forum.
Okay.
I'm going to close this agenda item then. And now we can move on to agenda item number 29.
29, discussion and possible action to set the FY 2021 salaries and allowances for Hayes County elected officials.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Back to you, Vicki.
So this is just in accordance with Texas Local Government Code, Chapter 152. We have to set the salaries and all allowances for the elected officials. Let me take this off. In the proposed budget, there were no salary increases. The slight increases that were added were due to longevity for any elected official that has been with the county longer than 4 years. That's a $60 annual increase. Those allowances and the base salaries are outlined in the agenda packet, so that will be what you will be setting today in this item.
Any additional questions for Vicki? Commissioners? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes, please open number 30.
30, discussion and possible action to adopt the FY 2021 Hayes County budget after making any final changes as a result of the public hearing.
Motion? Perfect.
Okay, so we're going to go back to the packet that I handed out. So the items, as a reminder to the public, on August the 25th, the Commissioners Court voted on a proposed budget and set a tax rate, a proposed tax rate. Today is the final vote. You can make changes to the budget. You could also make changes to the tax rate by decreasing, not increasing. So the changes that we're going to be looking at today are in the packet that I provided. The only thing that we will need to add is the additional request that came in from the Treasurer's Office, which was the $58,145.
So it's 58,145?
That was for the one new Treasury specialist effective October 1. That was her request. So if you add that to the list that I'd already provided, that brings the total general fund savings down to 81,727.
Now, I had also spoken about the judicial position that I thought would be a good idea to loop in.
Yes, so what I would like to do is just take a few minutes to go over the list of changes. I've actually provided in the packet some backup. So the majority, so what typically will happen today is the majority of these changes are a result of just final review. The county auditor did a final review of revenue. We've been watching the revenue as they've come in. Just due to COVID, there was some delays and reductions in estimated revenue. So she's been kind of watching as the months of revenue post and making adjustments. We've made adjustments at every level during this budget cycle, which is not typical, but because of the environment that we're in, we've started out conservative. We're making adjustments as we've moved through this process. So when we voted, the court voted on the 25th, you actually left a little over $63,000. If you go back to the packet that I provided on page 1, the $63,878 was the savings that, after we made those changes on the 25th, that was the remaining savings in the general fund budget. After reviewing my ad valorem tax revenue spreadsheet, there was a minor adjustment that I made to one of my formulas, and the additional ½ cent a quarter cent that was added, which resulted in an additional $21,675. Also, the court set aside $100,000 for a third pretrial bond officer. I met with Mike Hartman with the adult probation last week. He did present, and it's on page 2 of your packet. He did present to me the actual cost for adding that position, which came in at $57,217. So there is an additional savings of just a little over $42,000 for that. The funds that were initially set aside was $100,000 for that position. So as I mentioned, Marisol looked at the revenue. There's some various departments that we made revenue adjustments. That's on page 3. There's a list of those departments. The net result for general fund is $90,000. That is including moving $20,000 out of the general fund and into a dedicated fire code fee fund for the fire marshal. The computer adjustments, various departments, I met with Jeff McGill and Marva about a week or 2 ago. They provided some adjustments mainly to the Adobe Pro licensing that we went to. There was some items that were left off the sheriff's budget for the Surface Pros that we needed to account for. So those adjustments are located on page 4 of your packet, an additional $6,945. As part of our final review, we have our grants, financial analysts go through all of the grant budgets that are submitted, ensure that we have all of our new grants budgeted. Any increases or decreases, those adjustments are located on page 5 and 6 of your attachment and result in $7,401 in savings to the general fund. The next line item is no impact to the general fund. There's a list on page 7 of all of the purchase orders that are currently encumbered that need to roll to the FY21 budget. So this is just a decrease in the fund balance that will roll so that we can give those departments the time to get this equipment that you've already approved in, because it's not scheduled to be here by 9:30. The next item, there was an adjustment that I had to make to various departments. There was some issues with the calculations for the longevity. When the treasurer's office sent over, there were a few positions that were left out that we needed to account for, so that added an additional $7,850 to the general fund budget. I believe the county judge met with the county courts at law. They indicated, and you might be able to speak more on this, but I believe what they've indicated is that the attorney 3 that they requested in the initial budget was just misnamed, and they intended it to be a probate auditor, not a probate attorney. They've asked for reconsideration of that position for the judicial system, and we're willing to accept a part-time position, which would be $45,156. That's assuming a grade 118 And we would obviously need to get a job description approved through HR. Last week during the regular agenda, there was some discussion on an agenda item regarding a temporary compliance officer due to elections oversight. A 3-month position for a grade 116 for a compliance officer would cost roughly $18,633, if that's something the court would want to consider. The sheriff's office, I met with Chief Davenport and Captain Burns, and I've had a couple of conference calls with Enterprise. On page 9 and 10, there is some information regarding some equity that we have available in some of our current fleet. 3 of those are within the sheriff's office fleet. There are 3 alias vehicles, unmarked vehicles. 7 of those vehicles are scattered throughout the county. But basically what we can do is take the equity, roll those over to new vehicles, extending that term from anywhere between, I think, 26 to 30 months is what we have left on those vehicles now. But because we have this equity built up, we would turn those over into a new 60-month term, free up the equity, and we could get 10 vehicles for the sheriff using that equity and just a little bit more money. It doesn't quite cover 10 vehicles. 4 of those would be considered unmarked, or they're alias vehicles, and 6 for patrol. The patrol package is costing roughly $12,000 for the console light package, siren package.
What about the units that we would be returning on this scenario? Couldn't we pull fairly new equipment to the newer car?
So all of these vehicles, the alias vehicles have no equipment.
Right.
The white fleet.
Patrol.
The white fleet have no equipment. So we chose vehicles that have no equipment on them, so we didn't have to go through the expense of pulling equipment off or potentially having any damage during that, or delays having to, especially if we have vehicles that are, per se, in the constable's office, then they would potentially have delays while equipment's removed and then reinstalled in another vehicle. So these that we're taking the equity out of are all white fleet.
Okay, and correct me if I'm wrong, there are still sheriff's office vehicles that we have approved that last year's budget, that they still don't have because of COVID.
That is correct.
Do you know a head count on those number of vehicles?
Captain Burns, I don't know the exact total. It is part of that purchase order rollover list.
Yeah, sure.
But
It's on
they're,
this list.
yeah, but on page 7, but they're, even with those vehicles that should be in the fall, these vehicles will be delivered April 1. They're still probably roughly 20 vehicles short of being able to replace the vehicles that are over the mileage point.
Yes, sir.
Yes, so we are currently waiting on the 12 Ford Police Interceptor vehicles. We've got all the Dodge vehicles have come in to this point.
So from last year's budget, the sheriff's office is waiting for 12 more vehicles.
That's correct.
So 12 more. Nobody else can see these notes, that's why I like to talk it out loud. And then this edit to turn in fairly good vehicles, right, Vicki? Fairly good vehicles for brand-new ones. What's the head count on that one again?
So we'll be replacing 10 vehicles. So
10.
all of these departments will get new vehicles. We will take the equity out of those 10 vehicles and turn them into 10 additional vehicles for the sheriff's office.
So it would be, and do you have a ballpark on the mileage on those 10 vehicles?
They're on in the backup that I provided on page 9 and 10.
Speak it out loud, I'd appreciate it.
So there's 3 alias vehicles in the sheriff's office that will be turned over. The current mileage is averaged around 30,000.
30,000 miles, okay.
So So estimated mileage at the time of the turnover in April is going to be around 42.
Okay,
The 7 vehicles that are scattered throughout the county, there's anywhere between 1 vehicle has 8,000, there's 3 with around 22,000, 2 with around 45,000, and 1 with 50,000. So those are current odometer readings, estimated to go up.
a little.
Mhm.
And so I know that last year's budget, we talked about issuing vehicles to departments, and then they keep the old ones instead of turning them in. And I didn't know anything about this until it was brought up to me. And so I don't want to be a part of some mismanagement or perception of mismanagement of vehicles circulating. And so we're turning in cars with 8,000 miles, 22,000 miles, 50,000 miles.
Well, those will be replaced with new ones, and so those are leased vehicles.
Yes, those will be replaced with new ones, but what I want to do is, I want to figure out a way to not, it's a long story, so I'll just leave it there.
Well, I think there's some numbers here that, as far, let's just look at the marked patrol units that the sheriff's office currently has. And it's 64 marked units. Okay, 28% of those vehicles that are currently out there, marked units on the street right now, have over 104, on an average of 147,000 miles on them. That's 28% of the patrol division fleet, the marked unit fleet. 27% of the patrol division has right now, currently as of August 1st, between 70 and 100,000 miles on those vehicles, with an average of 87,000 miles. So as of right now, we have 55% of the patrol division's fleet is over 70,000 miles.
Can you repeat that percentage? That last one?
Yes, 55% of the patrol division fleet has over 70,000 miles as of August 1st of 2020.
Okay.
So I think, and I give Vicki a lot of credit in working with, this is a tough time, there's no doubt. Everybody's having to cut back on their budgets, no doubt about that. But at the same time, we also, if we continue to not do anything with this fleet, we're going to continue to have these cars going down, which is going to cost us more on the capital side and the operational.
I completely agree with you, and that is why on last year's budget, I had budgeted for the cars with over 140,000 miles to all get replaced and be clearly marked patrol for that very reason. That is exactly why I made that recommendation to be clearly marked patrol, because my concern was for non-patrol and non-alias to be driving around in brand-new cars when, as you're describing,
But sir, sometimes I think that.
Sir, let me finish. So that non-patrol and non-alias wouldn't have a brand-new car when there are folks that actually needed a more. And so what I'm trying to do here with my goal, my truest goal is to keep the support of rotating out the oldest cars, but I don't want to, was it 40 cars that I had put on my initial budget last year for the sheriff's office?
I'd have to look. But
That's okay. And so it was a robust number of cars I supported to replace last year on my judge's budget. And my only hope is, sir, my only hope is, and it's not to be combative in any way, but to ensure the proper fading out of high mileage cars. And that's the only reason I'm asking about this and how most efficiently we can manage, because that has been my intent since day one.
Can I, just to that point, we haven't held an auction this year. We had intended on rolling an auction out this fall, so you'll probably see that coming in October, November. So the sheriff's office does have multiple vehicles that they want to get out of their fleet that they're out of commission, they're high mileage, and they're not using them. So as soon as we can do that, we were hoping, well, we budget for a certain amount of auction proceeds, so we can't use revenue that we've already budgeted. But if we do have a big increase in revenue, or if there's some delayed delivery dates for these vehicles, the sheriff is hoping to get maybe a couple of additional vehicles with those savings later in the year, if possible.
And I want to just double down and make sure we get the oldest cars out first so that we're not, you know,
And so
that,
the old cars we're actually looking at some other options. Our purchasing manager is for utilizing a different company, maybe even Enterprise, to auction our vehicles to get increased revenue
return,
from that.
yeah.
Mhm.
And I think it's a great idea, and I know this, and this was explained to me completely in the last year's budget, and Enterprise executives came to my office, and I had the whole sheriff's office and the whole team in the fleet explain thoroughly to me, and I fully support the intent and the spirit of it all. It's a great savings tool. The downside is it becomes a burden on our books, but the reward is good cars on the road, and so I just don't want to be pushing for good cars on the road, and then we just hear that there are no good cars on the road. That's my only framing here.
And if I may, I
Yes, sir.
just
Yes,
feel
sir.
it can be extremely misleading to the public whenever we say that the only thing that's important are the marked units. There are officers that are out there in what's called these white list cars that are just as they have just as difficult jobs. They're putting themselves in harm's way just like everybody else. Just because they're not in a uniform marked patrol car, these cars still need to be running, and they need to be running right, and they need to be, safe to be operating, and they can't be falling apart. So I think that can be misleading sometimes.
Well, thank you for that clarification, because that is not my intent. I don't want to convey that those alias vehicles, as they're called here through the auditor's office, aren't of the utmost importance as well. But it is the understanding that the patrols are the ones that get the highest beating, and that's the perception. And so I'm just, go after what is most hurt is kind of what I was trying to accomplish with those budget dollars. Yes, sir, Commissioner?
I would just offer another point of further clarification. Whenever we're talking about these vehicles, and I sincerely appreciate the auditor's office trying to get inventive and working with the sheriff's department on this, because at the end of the day, the vehicles that we're talking about using as replacements here, there's a reason that we're able to do this and we have the flexibility in our budgets, because we don't own them. And the fact is that the vehicles that are in the most need of repair and have the most miles on them, there are vehicles. We own them. We've owned them for years. And the reason we continue to rack up miles on them is because they're not part of this program. If they were, and we were on a system whereby we were rotating them in and out, we would never reach that point where they had 120 or 140,000 miles. And before you and I got here as a court, the court made that commitment to be a part of that program. We haven't fully realized it, and now we're making these guys try to make up for it when it falls upon us that we have to step up. And if we're going to be a part of the program, we need to be a part of the program. To your point about those in most need, I agree. It would be great to get the 140,000 mile cars off of the beat before the 30,000 mile cars. But if we get equity for them, the fact is, whenever we sell that 140,000 mile car, we're going to get $1,000 for it, maybe. These, at least we get our return back and we can put it into a vehicle that is actually worthwhile. So I sincerely appreciate the inventiveness and the way that y'all have gone about this, because otherwise we wouldn't be talking about any vehicles this year for the sheriff's department. So I thank you.
I agree.
And that's right. Creativity is key in this. I want to double down and make sure we can continue to support this program in a way that is going to take anything out that doesn't need to be there. That's the biggest hope, and that's the reason for talking on this. So thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Any other questions for the sheriff's department?
I'd like to thank Vicki for working with the sheriff's office and coming up with that creative way to get us some additional vehicles for this. So thank you.
And Captain, you believe that, the way you have these vehicles listed, what unmarked versus patrol is the best way to satisfy the needs of the office at this time?
Yes.
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you.
Okay, Vicky, next.
Yes, so the next item is the WellPath contract for the jail division. In the proposal in the budget, they've added 2.1 RNs and a half-time administrative position. That contract is actually going to come to court next week to execute for those additional changes. I did, when speaking with the sheriff's office, we talked about some ways to try to free up some additional funds, and unfortunately, the RNs are needed on 10/1, but they felt like the administrative staff could wait until April 1, so that will be removed from that contract when they bring that back to court next week, and that's a savings of $12,278. Spoke with the constable in Precinct 1. He has a new hire that is in need of a bulletproof vest that was not initially requested during the budget cycle. That's an additional $850. There was a contract with TransUnion that was approved last week, which was $1,500, which was obviously not included in his budget, that we need to add in. Speaking with Constable Montague in Precinct 3, obviously today's court action, we're going to remove the revenue from the City of Wimberley ILA, and then also remove the vacant deputy position that was assigned to Wimberley. So there's a net effect of 0 for that. So take out the revenue and the expense. He is also in need of 2 replacement vests. Those vests were not requested during the budget cycle, so they were not included. That's a cost of $1,700. He's also expressed concern about the continuing education funds that were included in the budget and asked if the court would consider adding additional $1,500. He currently has a budget of $950. That has been about what the constable in Precinct 3 has been using over the past few years. There's some civil process certifications that some of the officers are needing that's going to take just that much for that one training. So he felt like that was not going to be enough for the year and asked to consider the additional funding for his office. The Office of Emergency Services currently has a My Telephone system as well budgeted in this current year for the EOC and the new facility. He's requesting to roll those funds, obviously the same reason that Jeff McGill requested in his budget to have those funds due to the construction, that the facility wasn't ready, so we're going to roll that into the FY21 budget for use. The next 3 items are the items that Jeff McGill spoke about. The Texas State CAD could be a use of reserves for $79,306 for year 1, with offsetting revenue as well, if finalize that agreement, or I could add that revenue in if it's something that.
Who knows how far away that agreement is? Commissioner, do you know?
I wouldn't add it in right now. I mean, we still have work to do, so.
I just don't know how far it is.
Yeah, I'd rather not add it in at this time.
So use of reserves for that if the court approves.
I know that I've asked in the past for a timeline on things, and I get a feel for it. So although, yes, use of reserves seems like the idea, I just wanted to know that it was in motion and it was on the horizon.
Yeah, we've been working on that for 15 years.
Yeah.
Give or take?
Yeah.
The case inventory system, the options were $49,569 upfront and pay for the program, or you could spread that for 3 years and make 3 payments. Either way, it could be a use of reserves for that system. Soft code is a total of $202,979. That was the constable package for Tyler Technology. Again, that would be either use of reserves or CARES funding, so that would be no impact to the budget. The My Telephone system would be rolling current year budget into FY21 to order that phone system. WestNet, that's the fire and EMS system that was approved in the budget. They're when I met with Jeff and Marva, there was some additional savings. So that is a use of reserves, so it's just a savings to the reserves. They also found some areas within their software maintenance budget that they were able to reduce by $65,032. And Jeff touched on the switches needed for Dripping Springs. That $231 is just the additional needed for those switches. The final item for the general fund is the treasury specialist that our treasurer came in and spoke about.
Commissioners?
Moving on to,
Hold on, let me
Okay.
just give them a chance if you have any questions at this point, Commissioners?
Not
I guess not.
Okay.
okay. Road and Bridge General Fund, there was also some revenue adjustments that Marisol is recommending on page 3. It's for $150,000 to add to their budget. That was for the vehicle registration. The cell phone stipend was requested probably just a few weeks ago, but we were so close to budget. He opted not to come in on a separate agenda item and asked that we just add it to the budget. It's for the planner, Quentin Porterfield. And he is out in the field a lot and would benefit from having that cell phone stipend for the.
What's that planner's name again?
Mr. Porterfield,
Okay.
Winton.
And this is a stipend instead of taking a county phone.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he currently is using his personal cell phone. That cost is $540 annually. The heavy equipment, I don't know if you recall when Jerry came in on August the 11th, he discussed the items that they would like for replacement. They totaled $401,350, and the court's proposed budget has $400,000 even. So that additional $1,350 is needed to get those 4 items: the backhoe, the self-propelled broom, the 2 tack kettles, and the pad foot roller. Not sure what all of those are, but those are the needs.
Important for roads.
Yes, exactly.
I will tell you, they run them into the ground, so they use them up.
So on page 8, there is a list of rollover projects that the road department has asked me to roll in from FY20 because they do have their own tax rate. We have to look at their fund balance to see what is available for rollover. The total rollover projects that are listed there on page 8 are $3.3 million. Those are projects that the court has committed to. However, because of the slight decrease in the tax rate in his budget, we didn't feel that he would have enough to increase his fund balance by the $3.3 million, so we will have to recommend some cuts in his 21 project budget in order to meet those current projects that he has commitments for.
And Vicki, by cutting the contract and material budgets, what does that leave that fund? Is that one fund or is that 2? Is contracts and materials 2 different budgets?
It is 2, he may have to push some planned projects for FY21 out further, just to take care of the FY20 rollover, the commitments that have already been made.
Right.
Yeah, instead of cutting projects, he'll just roll them over to the next year.
Okay.
Yeah. So the remaining items are special revenue funds. We had, the Constable Precinct 2 office had received some funds through C's drug forfeiture. That money is sitting in a fund and just needs to be budgeted in order for him to use it. It's $356. The Road Bond 2019 fund, what we call the 2016 bond program. So it's just a matter of taking the money that's just sitting and allocating them to all the precinct projects. No increase in fund balance.
That's because if you recall, we went out for just 25 million, and so we've used all those funds. And now we're on the second set that we went out in
2017.
So now we've got to rebudget all of those cost centers and expenditures into the new bond monies.
Okay. The Records Management Fund, that's the county clerk, they had a scanner that is needing replacing, so that's just out of their fund balance. The Fire Code Fee Fund, we talked about earlier, we took $20,000 that we had budgeted in general fund, we're gonna move that over into fund for the fire marshal and budget the anticipated rollover from FY20 into general supply so he can use those funds.
And that 20,000, our new fire marshal is, I'm sure, very well aware of how to use that money because it's supposed to go directly to that educational component, right, from those fees?
Actually, the code says for the enforcement.
Enforcement of the code.
So
Okay.
that could be described several ways.
That's true. Good.
And that could be education.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear in statute what it can be used for.
Yeah.
Enforcement. But I'm saying this out loud for the public so they don't think it's just, oh, here you go spend it. No, it's a clear use of that money from the fees.
Yes, sir. The last two items are related to the CARES Fund. The Elections Office received 2 grants, one from the HAVA CARES Act and the other from the Election Security. And this is just rolling over the fund balance that is there that she hasn't used, as well as the CARES funds for the COVID-19 pandemic. So we had the initial 20% that was allocated that we still have about a little over 500,000 we would like to roll over. So just budgeting those funds. And that's it.
Commissioners, any questions on that front?
Is that your entire report, Vicki?
Yes. So we'll need to make any final changes. Obviously, the items in the general fund, we will need to balance, the special revenue funds balance themselves. So we will need to make determinations on all of the items that I have listed under the general fund.
So right now, you're looking at another 140,000 out of the, not counting the 58,000 so far.
If we did all these.
If we did all
If we
these.
did them all. Savings.
That was the savings.
That was the savings, okay.
Yes, sir.
If we did these.
Yeah, we were going to recommend to the court to put any savings aside to fund jail positions for the next phase that they will.
Once we get closer to opening. And I think we kind of committed that to the sheriff when he came to.
I'd also like to take a look at just a few social service agencies and try to get close to what they requested. It's only a handful. And then,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Do you want us to go by these, down these line items, see which ones that we want to put in and which ones that we might, I'm not sure that I want to
Yes.
approve all these, so.
Yes, sir.
How do you want us to do it?
For the general funds, unless y'all have any changes for any of the special revenue funds, then we'll assume all of those changes will.
How about we say what you'd like to take out?
You want to do that?
Let's do that, if you don't mind, Commissioner.
Well, why don't we just do, you were kind enough to put them in categories. Why don't we just look through each category, general fund, various departments, county courts at law? Why don't we just go through each one of those and we can vote on each one individually?
I'm good.
Which one would you guys like?
So we can do them by category or.
Doesn't matter.
I'm
I
good
mean-
with the general fund, it's all savings.
Right.
There. Right. And the various departments?
The only reason I say that is if you go through, then at the end, we'll have a number.
Right.
A
Yeah.
number as we
Do
drop
you want to
down.
add the treasurers into various departments?
So the various departments is all cleanup items. So those
Okay.
are all items that need to happen. The majority of that is savings. I mean,
Yeah.
you're gonna
Right.
get $82,000 back in budget by voting on that. So basically, your first 3 items for the general fund is $128,336. the various department items is $82,606.
All right.
That's all savings back to the general fund of $210,942.
So do you want a motion for those, or how would you like us to?
However y'all would like to
Yeah, it's up
proceed.
to
At
us.
the
I mean, I can
end-
just tell you what I think. If somebody wants me to start, I'm fine with that.
Almost,
We
we
were
were
going
still
down the
on,
line.
Commissioner Jones is what started the conversation, I was letting him keep going.
So at the end of this item, y'all will need to make a motion and vote on a final budget after whatever changes you make. So
Right.
you don't have to vote individually on these,
Okay.
but you will have a final vote at the end of this item.
So I'm going to go on to Commissioner Shell, if you're done with your questions, Commissioner Jones.
Will, or do we,
I thought we were going down.
are we
the-
going down the list to decide which ones we
So-
want to put in or not?
So I wanted
think
to
we've already
hear,
asked questions, right?
before we answer that, I wanted to just see if Commissioner Shell wanted to speak on something else before we make that decision.
Yeah, I was just gonna go through everything, the special funds and everything, is good with me. In the general fund column, the items that I would not be supportive of are the probate auditor in the county courts at law. I believe we were able to add a position in the county courts at law already in this budget, trying to not create any more that we don't have to at this time. Elections oversight, as much as I support that, I don't see there's any way of getting someone on board to participate in elections since we'll be voting in 3 weeks.
I would be more in favor of using that to fund that position that she asked for that we didn't fund, or using it towards that. To make sure that she has all the staff to do the election, but
So as far as
not
the,
in favor of the oversight,
Yeah, for
compliance
those-
officer at this point.
I'm not in support of those at this time. The rest, it looks good to me. And then, like I said, I just had a few social service agencies that I would like to try to get closer to what they had requested and understanding the times that we're in. I'll read those to y'all right now, if you don't mind, that I'd like to address. Food Bank, Hayes Caldwell Women's Center, Youth Shelter, CASA, the Child Protective Board, Prevent a Litter, and Capital Idea. I would like to add $5,000 to each of those. That is Food Bank, Hayes Caldwell Women's Center, Youth Shelter, CASA, Child Protective Board, Prevent a Litter, and Capital Idea.
I would support that. I mean, I can tell you that looking at the overall request that those social services groups had, especially with the increased need that we've seen over the last 6 months, specifically as much as the Child Protective Services Board or Hayes Caldwell Women's Center have illustrated, their demand for services has skyrocketed. I know that we're not going to be able to do everything that they wanted, but some type of increase is at the very least needed, at the very most direly needed. So I would support that. The other thing I would say is ladies, if looking at the budget that we have right now, I know that as we look at these social service organizations, and the budget that I have for Precinct 4 for 2020, I still have outstanding funds or a remainder of funds in there for community outreach. I guess my question is, if we approve these, if there's additional funds in those community outreach monies that we have, I would like to bring something back next week, at least for mine, to use the remainder of those funds to try to assist some of these social services groups. Would that be possible, I guess is my question?
Yeah, so typically, whenever we're expending out of the community program budgets for the commissioners, if the court deems it's a public purpose, and if it's for assistance that's happening now in this budget cycle. So I guess to use money now to assist in FY '21 might be a little difficult to do. You might have to use your FY '21 community program.
If you had someone that had a need right now, and you wanted to use funds budgeted for 20, then you could do that now. But if we're going to address
Perfect.
their needs and requests for 21, then we need to do it.
And they could put it in whatever year budget they wanted.
Perfect. That was my question. And so I would be supportive of that.
Okay,
Commissioner
that's
Schill,
2 down, 2 to go over here.
did you speak, did you list 6 agencies?
I believe I said 7.
Can you repeat them again?
And
They were
slowly,
pretty quick.
Food Bank,
Yep, got that.
Hayes Caldwell Women's Center, Youth Shelter,
Youth Shelter, okay. That's the one. I
CASA.
missed. Mhm.
the Child Protective Board, Prevent a Litter,
Yeah.
and Capital Idea. And I was trying to look at some requests that they had made, and obviously we're not going to get close to some of their requests, but some of those do meet their requests by that additional 5,000. So
Yeah.
I
should
know,
be
for
seven.
example, the Child Protective Board, that was their entire
That was
additional
their
request.
ask. That's right. Okay.
Anything else, Commissioner Inglesby?
Judge, I would be supportive of adding the position to the treasurer's office half-year, starting April, for 29,073.
I would be supportive for the full year, considering, especially with the record that they have, 12 years,
I kinda like
send a lot
the
of
full
people.
year.
You support the full year idea too, Commissioner?
I do.
I think they've shown their, what was it, 13-year no staff increase. And you know, in 13 years, what our population has done, and our payroll has doubled. And I know this could be a laughable angle about, yeah, we're adding more payroll, but I think it would be a good use of payroll.
You got one at 17?
I spoke to Brittany, and she was fine with that.
In 2013 was, 13 years since we've added a payroll position, that is correct. We did receive a position in 2017 was the last time we received a full-time position. That position was a Treasury Services Manager. This position that we're requesting would do some payroll functions, and the last time that was added was 13 years ago.
Gotcha. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Well, I'll make a motion for the position starting in April.
So we have a motion, we'll make that singular item right now, or do we want to, okay. We have a motion for that position to be staffed for the full year, is that right? Or is that
In April.
April? Okay, half year. In the treasurer's office.
Do we want to vote on that or just?
She's made a motion.
Oh, second.
We have a motion for that position in the treasurer's office to start at the half-year mark. Any comments?
I'd like for it to be the full year, but I'll support the half year for sure.
I'm on the same page. I'd like for it to be a full year as well, but I'll support a half year because, hey, as far as I know, half is better than nothing. Any other comments?
That's what I
Please,
needed to hear.
please call the roll.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes.
Can I ask for clarification on, at a half year, what the total cost was?
29,073.
7-3.
Thank you.
And Judge, I did speak with Brittany, and when we spoke about it, she was okay with a half a year. She understood that we were in a situation where it may be difficult to fund a full year, so, and I really appreciate her willingness to work with that.
So on the judicial piece, when I spoke to the judges, they had said that last year it didn't get into the budget for that auditor, and that this year it was worded wrong, but it's still not in the budget. And so what we're pushing our county courts at law to do, if we don't fund this position, is hire outside independent auditors. How hard would it be for you to pull up that total?
For the,
How much we're spending now under our current system on that auditor component, since it's not a staffed position for that probate auditor?
so if they're actually using that position, it's not coming through our accounts payable in that manner. I'm not sure if they're actually using it like as an appointed attorney right now, because we don't pay any direct expenses for this position right now. So I'm guessing.
Another mechanism,
Yeah, I'm
gotcha.
guessing it's through the court-appointed attorney.
Hey, that's fair
basis.
enough. I'm good with that. And then the elections oversight, Commissioner Shell, I'm going through your list real quick. The elections oversight piece, I believe we have had 4 years of running elections, and each time has been a challenge, and I feel that the community is hoping to have some support in some kind of way. And while the courtroom is empty, I think it's a possibility that we might not remember how passionate folks are about election integrity, and this is a nonpartisan issue. And so I'd like to provide our elections office support so that during this very busy and very tough election to run, probably the toughest in recent time, I'd like to provide the support necessary, however that may look. And even as a temporary position, I still support the idea, and I thought this would be the place because it was suggested to me that this is how and when, and so here we are.
Is this, with this fund, is this funding that we would give to the elections administrator's office? I mean, is that how that works? Because I guess I had a question about that last time we talked.
So Vicki, can you update us on any findings so far on that, or is that a question for Sherry better put?
Sherry, she did some market research and may have additional information to discuss with the court about that.
Okay. And Ms. Miller, we understand that the ask of you is unique, and I know I understand that this position doesn't exist anywhere. But with that said, how could you help frame this conversation about getting that department some help?
Good afternoon, Judge and Court. So I did, and it's not unusual.
If you'll please state your name for the
Sherry
camera.
Miller, Hayes County HR Director. I did, based on the conversation in court last week, go out to our market source counties and other larger counties that aren't in our market source, just to see if there were any election offices that had a compliance or an operational review type position, and there were none that we could find. We contacted probably 15 different counties. I'm happy to help draft a job description, but someone needs to tell me what the work is, and we can go from there to draft. I did see the Indeed job description draft that Judge Becerra sent to Vicki, and it's a good start. Appears to be.
Could you repeat that? I didn't hear you. It's a what?
I did see the job description draft that came off of, it looked like an Indeed template for, I don't remember now the title, compliance officer. Operational reviews, I'm familiar with from the state level where there's a department within each state agency that then goes out and reviews each department, HR, auditor's office, treasurer's office, whatever your operating departments are, to ensure that your processes are followed. So I don't know if that's what y'all are interested in, something that would audit all county functions. Mariso's staff conducts fiscal audits and to some degree, some operational audits. So I'm absolutely happy to help develop a job description if the court so approves a position.
So based on that conversation, it was as you've heard described so perfectly, it's about a generic process support, nothing, no dog in the hunt other than providing the support because as we saw 2 weeks ago in court, okay, I'll start doing that is barely coming out to us right now. And so I think it would just be useful for us to just make sure everything else that can be done is getting done and supported in the most complete manner because we are asking a lot. And I want to make sure that we provide the tools with which to do them. That's what the gist of it is.
And I guess I'll ask the question again. So who would hire this person? I mean, are these funds that would go into the elections office, or how does that work?
So I believe, since this suggestion was created for a conversation item of an agenda I supported, I believe ideally it would be not in the elections office, but if it boiled down to it, fine, in the elections office, but it is of the belief of, whether it be one person or 100 people, that we as a county need some support in that department, and I just am trying to provide that support, however it looks.
And I guess, Mark, I'll ask you, because I, had a question about that last time we spoke, after speaking to the Secretary of State and to TAC Legal. And I guess I just want to ensure that whatever we do, if we support this, that we're doing it, in the way we're supposed to. Yes.
Sure. Commissioner, per your discussion, I believe, with, based on what you downloaded to me about your discussions with them, and also based on my research that I did independently, we have guidance from the election code and how this is structured. And I believe TAC Legal referred you over to Chapter 31 of the election code, which says that the Secretary of State is the chief election officer of the state. And that same chapter is what provides a structure for the appointment of an elections administrator by a county. The overseer then of the EA always happened in Hayes. And in short order, if it's the 2020 election that we're talking about here, and we're still talking about a possible job description, I would offer that perhaps that's a solution for having someone who knows what's going on and actually is statutorily authorized to oversee the elections in the state do so.
Did you
And
answer
then-
my question?
So I didn't hear a question from you.
Well,
but-
so.
I think he's saying
our-
we can request an overseer from the Secretary of State.
Well,
That's
I
right.
understand that, but if we were to approve this position, can the court, in your opinion, hire that person, or does the funds have to go into the Elections Administration Office and they hire the person?
So,
Can
Based on the
I
structure
give a
that
comment
we
to that
see-
question? I don't think we should be interfering in elections as
Yeah.
partisan officials that are on ballots, so
It's-
I guess I can recuse myself since I am on the ballot from that discussion, but in no way, shape, or form do I believe a commissioner's court should be hiring someone to then get in the middle of an independent office and tell them what to do in the middle of an election when certain court members are on a ballot. So I think that would be a horrible idea. I think when we brought that up in the discussion we had before of a commissioner, myself being one that's on a ballot, getting involved in the elections process 3 weeks before an election starts, I think would be ill-advised for any partisan official. So I don't see any way of how, if this position is for the 2020 election, again, which we will be voting in 3 weeks from today, people will be casting ballots. People are casting mail ballots or will be casting mail ballots very, very soon. We don't have a job description. We don't have anything. I don't know how any office could put that position in place to be beneficial towards the 2020 election. If we were looking forward, then we should spend the time to do that in an appropriate way. I don't believe 3 weeks before an election is the right time to do that, though.
So, I appreciate that, Commissioner. I think that my commentary was going to be along the same lines. The EA is the election administrator, and the position and how it's done, how it's created, is in subchapter B of Chapter 31 of the election code. It requires that the EA not act in partisan ways, that the EA be neutral and unbiased as far as elections go, as far as party elections go. That was done, as I understand it, by Hays County in an effort to take a position that is running elections that is not affiliated with either party. If it were the county clerk doing it, inevitably the county clerk would be affiliated with one party or another. And so to have someone oversee that EA that is supposed to be independent and appointed is turning things on its head a bit. Again, I think that the Secretary of State and the inspector that they can send stays true to that system and within that system, but if you have a commissioner's court supervising someone or another partisan elected official supervising someone that's supervising the EA, then you've defeated the purpose.
Doesn't the EA already have the election commissions by statute looking over what they're doing, her office anyway?
The Election Commission is a 5-member body. It does include partisan elected officials, but includes also the 2 party chairs. So there is some thought to be some balance. It's not necessarily balanced, depending on who those other 3 are.
But just to expand that question of Commissioner Jones further, Mr. Kennedy, what is that body charged with doing?
That body hires, well, I should say the Commissioner's Court created the position and hired it. That body can fire or suspend by a 4/5 vote the elections administrator, and can do so only with a majority support of the court. So there's a check and balance of that body and the Commissioner's Court against one another if they're taking an adverse action.
But it's not an audit of performance of work. It's not a process oversight, which is, again, I'll reiterate it this way, Commissioner Inglesby. Wherever that position is, my goal is to provide it support, provide that department support for this very busy and very challenging election. Wherever that position lies, it could be within that department. It could be putting another beating heart in that department to help to make sure that everything is supported. It doesn't have to stay in some spherical Secretary of State and vagueness of, well, they can come review, and sometimes they do, space. But I just believe that they're going to be hammered, and whatever we can do to support it, however that looks, that's all I'm trying to accomplish here.
Would you be supportive if we take that 18,000 and add 7,000 to it? We could fund her what she requested in her budget for that extra.
That's fine with me. I want to support that department because this is going to be the toughest election period, and I would hate to have December while we're talking about post-election armchair quarterbacking, hindsight 2020, saying, oh, we wish we could have, and yet we never did. And so I want to clear my conscience.
She could take that part-time to full-time for $26,190 is what she had requested in her budget.
Let me stop a second, colleague, and the reason I say that is because if we're going to fund the position that she asked for, this is not the position she asked for. What I would like to do is, and to answer the judge's question, can I say one thing? To answer the judge's question is that instead of, I'm not sure what some spherical, Secretary of State, maybe they come, maybe they don't. Why don't we just make it very direct? We ask the Secretary of State to provide oversight. They've never said no, correct? Every time we've requested that, they've come.
Apparently not.
Is that not the case?
I'm not sure when they have been requested to be here, the inspectors. I know that they have been here in the past. I actually do not know who would have requested
inspections anyway, but
I'm sorry.
They do random anyways. We just don't know if they were requested or if it was a random when they were here.
I do know they've been here, even in recent years, and would be, I think, if you asked for.
What I'm supporting is what she requested, is to take one of her part-time personnel to full-time to better run this next election.
I'm fine with any of it. I just want to support that department better because I know there's an avalanche coming.
So in her request, she asked for the admin 1 part-time to full-time.
Yes.
Which looked like it had a impact of $26,190.
Yes, sir.
That's correct.
At a minimum, we should turn that to granting it as a full-time position, at a minimum.
I would be supportive of that.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, Commissioner, will you make a motion?
But again, as the admin 1 that was requested.
Judge, I'd like to make a motion to take in the elections office, to take administrative assistant 1 part-time personnel to a full-time position at a impact on the budget of 26,190.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second.
And to amend the budget accordingly. Or well, not, because we hadn't adopted it.
That's right, it's the future budget. So any additional comments? So my hope is to provide everything we can, because I don't want to look back and then someone say, I asked for this and you didn't give it to me. I asked for support, I asked for help, and you missed that opportunity. However it looks, I'm happy to have it. More is better than less, just like we said with the treasurer. So please call the roll.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes. Okay, Commissioner Shell, would you like to make a motion for those 7 positions, 5K?
Yes, I will make a motion to add $5,000 per each to the following social service agencies: the Food Bank, Hayes Caldwell Women's Center, Greater San Marcos Youth Shelter, Court-Appointed Special Advocates, CASA, Hayes County Child Protective Board, Prevent-A-Litter, also known as PALS, and Capital IDEA, $5,000 each, for 7 of those totaling $35,000.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second for $5,000 for each of those categories to be added to their baseline contribution. Any additional comments? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones? Yes. Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby? Yes. Judge Becerra?
Yes. Are there any other notes from your space, Commissioner Shell, that need to be discussed?
I guess all of the remaining items that we have discussed, we were discussing the county courts at law position. That was one. So of everything else on the list in general fund that we have not already voted on, I would make a motion that we approve all of those. So in general fund, those are all savings.
Yep.
In various departments, 2 savings and then 2 expenditures. In the sheriff's office, the leased vehicles that we discussed, so all of those columns. The jail, the well path reduction to $12,278 from the reduction of $12,278. Constable 1, bulletproof vest and the TransUnion contract. Constable 3, washing out the ILA with the city of Wimberley and adding 2 bulletproof vests and $1,500 in continued. And then the reserve items mentioned in emergency services and information technology. And then the software maintenance and Dripping Springs switches in information technology in the general fund.
So just to clarify, that's everything except for the position at County Court at Law.
Yes, and the elections oversight, which we just changed into something different.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Additional comments? So if you want to go back and look at the video, we've discussed these items in great detail. So now we're just making a vote. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes.
And then I would also make a motion to include all the other funds that are listed after general fund, which would be road and bridge, drug forfeiture, road bond, records management, fire code, HAVA, and the CARES fund.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any additional comments? Nope. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes. And what does that leave for you, Vicki?
That leaves.
I know you're writing fast.
I have a motion to adopt the budget. So we have $113,399 savings. Would y'all like to move that to a contingency for future positions for the jail?
Jail.
Yes, we want to staff the jail because there's no use in spending so many millions of dollars and not being able to use it to its fullest. So absolutely.
I'd make a motion to allocate the $113,399 into a contingency in jail operations.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. And additional comments? So there is $113,000 that we will move into the jail staffing so that we could use that building to its fullest as it becomes available.
In a contingency when needed.
In a contingent,
So
when
they will
needed.
have to come
They would come
back
back,
to
yeah.
actually establish those positions.
Right on. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Shell,
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby. Yes. Commissioner Jones.
Yes.
Judge Becerra.
Yes. Money saved.
Judge, I have a motion. I move to adopt the FY 2021 Hayes County budget to include all changes as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for all the fine tunings that have taken place. Any additional comments? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Inglesby.
Yes.
Commissioner Jones.
Yes.
Commissioner Shell,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Judge Becerra.
Yes. And now we move on to agenda item number 31.
31, discussion and possible action to ratify the property tax increase reflected in the FY 2021 Hayes County budget.
And we have one person signed up to speak, Mr. Dan Lyon.
Vicky?
Thank you, Judge Becerra. I know that a lot of you people kind of sometimes might view me as somewhat negative, but I had a real positive thing happen this morning. The Commissioner's Court told me that I could take my garbage down to 5 Mile Dam and throw it away there, so I guess I can X that out of my expenses. I'll just call the trash service and cancel them. All right. A lady today said that we have a social contract with government and that government is responsible to provide the people with security or safety. I couldn't disagree more. Frankly, this frightens me terribly. Ben Franklin said, "Whoever trades liberty for security deserves neither." All right, the government is not your mommy, not your daddy, and they are not responsible to feed and clothe and house you. If any of you believe differently, then you believe that you are God. As Thomas Jefferson put it, government is not eloquence. It is not reason. It is force. He also said, the government that governs best governs least. It is estimated that the federal, state, county, and city government take 60% of an individual's citizen's income through direct and indirect taxes, licenses, fees, fines, et cetera, ad nauseum. Anyway, so answer me, who is responsible for poverty? People vote every day on what kind of world they want by what they voluntarily spend their money on. Government disrupts this process and is a drag on the system of free enterprise. And as Jefferson said, government is force. If you believe what you are spending money on is more important than food, clothing, and shelter for the citizens of Hayes County, then adopt the proposed tax rate of 42.12 cents per hundred. If, as you don't believe that, then the least you should do is adopt the 44.43% raise, which is the no new taxes rate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion for agenda item number 31.
Judge, I have a motion. I move to ratify the property tax increase reflected in the fiscal year 2021 Hayes County budget. Adoption of a budget that will require raising more revenue from property taxes than in the previous years requires a separate vote. Am I supposed to, okay. Of the Commissioners Court to ratify the property tax increase reflected in the budget, because even though we're lowering their tax rate, we're still bringing in more total dollars than we did last year. This budget will raise more revenue from the property taxes than last year's budget by an amount of $4,619,577, or a 5.18% increase from last year's budget. The property tax revenue to be raised from new property added to the tax roll this year is $4,396,386.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any additional comments? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes. Please open number 32.
32, discussion and possible action to approve an order adopting the tax rate for FY 2021 and levy the taxes.
So, sorry.
We got a motion and a second. Any comments? Please
We need
call.
to
And
get some to read.
I've got something to read. Judge, I move that the property tax rate be set by the adoption of a tax rate of 42.12 cents, 26.78 cents general maintenance and operation, 12.46 cents general debt, 2.88 cents road and bridge maintenance and operation.
Second.
Good.
I was like, making sure there wasn't anything else.
We have a motion. We have a second. Any additional comments?
Thank you for your work, Vicki. Thank you for your work, Marisol, and thank you your entire office.
I appreciate y'all.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby? Yes. Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes, and for those of you still watching, there is no burn ban recommendation because we've had this magnificent rain coming through thanks to the Gulf activity. And I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. We have a motion to adjourn.
And I need everybody's signature for budget certificate.